Chapter 2198, Crazed Demon Cave 8th Layer. The illusion of the origin realm hung high in the air, growing more and more lifelike. The green lotus great world, the yellow earth great world, and the savage wilderness great world had fused more and more deeply. Now, only a small portion of the earth wall remained, preventing the three worlds from communicating. The various small worlds had long since merged with the three great worlds. Among them, the savage great world had benefited the most. It was also the largest great world. This was all thanks to the giant sun immortal's fate of heaven and earth, which allowed most of the small worlds to fall into the savage great world. Feng Yuan sent almost all of his Gu cultivators towards Celestial Quartz Book Mountain. The Longevity Celestial Sect also mobilized their army. Their military might was vast and mighty. The Celestial Court was already on standby. They were led by Duan, Hu, and Nie Kuang Feng, respectively. As long as it's not a sage, none of you are a match for me, Nie Kuang Feng roared. His body danced in the air, stirring up gales that stretched for thousands of miles. The gales swept through the battlefield, vast and mighty. The enemy is here. We need to cooperate to have a chance of victory. Xiao Hejian looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. The latter nodded with a solemn expression. In the previous battle, these two variant human Gu immortals had fought against Nie Kuang Feng. They had both lost. Not only did many Gu immortals lose their lives, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were also in a sorry state. They managed to survive. After this recuperation, their strength had recovered to its original state. Now that they were facing Nie Kuang Feng once again, they decided to put aside their personal grudges and fight together. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hand as frost chi surged out, enveloping Nie Kuang Feng and slowing his movement, slowing his speed. Xiao Hejian, on the other hand, shot out green leaf blades that covered the entire sky with astonishing power. The violent gale swept up the long gale, blowing the sky and earth until it changed color, and the green leaves and cold wind scattered in all directions. Immortal Killer Move, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted as he concealed his aura, not letting it leak out. In the next moment, with a loud bang, his body exploded into countless rays of cold light. Cold light shot out, extremely cold. Wherever it went, the atmosphere froze and turned into pieces of floating ice, which then fell to the ground. Nie Kuang Feng's heart palpitated. He hurriedly dodged, but how could he make it in time? He was shot by countless ice crystal lights and sealed in the mountain-like ice. The thicker the layer of ice, the more powerful the cold light shot from the outside will be. Nie Kuang Feng was unable to struggle free. Under the pressure of death, he once again fell into a trance. Kacha, from the inside out, countless cracks quickly appeared on the solid ice and spread outwards. Oh no, I cannot trap him anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sensed something amiss. Xiao Hejian finally succeeded. Immortal Killer Move, Cutting Grass. Xiao Hejian's palms were like blades as he aimed at Nie Kuang Feng, who was trapped in the ice, and gently sliced downwards. Immediately, two blades of grass condensed and fell down leisurely. They drilled into the cracks of the ice and shot into Nie Kuang Feng's body. Nie Kuang Feng's body immediately trembled twice. Xiao Hejiao appeared again and again, causing Nie Kuang Feng's body to tremble unceasingly. The green mass of wind became increasingly sparse and weak until its resistance became weaker and weaker. I'm willing to surrender, Nie Kuang Feng weakly shouted. Master's orders are not to be surrendered, Xiao Hejian said coldly. In the end, Nie Kuang Feng lost its life under his and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's joint attack. Once Nie Kuang Feng died, the mutant Gu Immortals lost their leader. They were heavily injured and escaped in defeat. Fang Yuan's army advanced and attacked all the way to the base of Book Mountain. On the other side, Space Extremity and Desolate Extremity of the 8 extremities in longevity, heaven worked together to kill Duan, who. The two armies met at the center of Green Lotus Great World. Celestial Court had only obtained Book Mountain for a short period of time. They could only set up a formation around Book Mountain. This formation was called Four-Way Star Formation. It had 4 subformations in 4 directions, completely surrounding Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Feng activated her killer move day and night, drawing out the primordial domain in the sky. After the two armies discussed for a while, they split up to attack the 4 subformations. Mao Li Qiu led the way into the western subformation. Gai Li Qiu led the way into the northern subformation. Xiao Hejian led the way into the eastern subformation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch led the way into the southern subformation. The remaining troops were led by Bing Sai Chuan and Lu Weiyin. They were the vanguard of the 4 groups. Mao Li Qiu entered the formation. Countless starlight beams rained down like a storm. Mao Li Qiu roared. Its body expanded and became extremely huge. Its purple fur was smooth and tough. The starlight could not penetrate it. It rampaged through the subformation. The other Gu immortals followed behind, killing and destroying everything in its path. Evil beast, you are causing trouble again. We will kill you this time. The star formation shook. 2 Gu immortals flew out. One was 9 Spiritual Fairy. The other was Prince's Impatience. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast, blocking Mao Li Qiu. The fake immemorial desolate beast was stronger than the real immemorial desolate beast. Mao Li Qiu was soon suppressed, its flesh was sore, and it was exhausted. Prince's Impatience used Firepath killer moves. All kinds of yellow bird flames flew everywhere, killing the mutant Gu immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World. More than 10 of them died. Mao Li Qiu was impatient. It had to retreat. On the other side, Gai Gu faced Zhou Xiong Xian and Jun Shenguang. Zhou Xiong Xian used an information path killer move to attack, while Jun Shenguang turned into a rainbow, supporting him from the side. 1 main and 1 supplementary, they complemented each other. Yellow Extremity Jiao, who used a totem killer move to fight with Zhou Xiong Xian. They were evenly matched. Just as they were about to fight, Gai Gu was shouting loudly. He was fleeing from Jun Shenguang's attacks. Leave, leave. Gai Gu grabbed Jiao Hui's shoulder. Ignoring the latter's stare, he dragged him away. Longevity Heaven's 2 groups returned in defeat. Fang Yuan's 2 groups were in an even worse state. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were trapped. They could not escape even if they wanted to. These 2 immortals collided with Celestial Court's Che Wei and Wan Zihong. The situation is dangerous. I hope you can save them quickly. The letter requesting for help had already been sent to Lu Weiyin. Che Wei created Weapon Path. His methods were becoming more mature. His status was only below Qin Dingling now. Wan Zihong was originally a Western Desert demonic cultivator. She was recruited by Celestial Court. She had a good performance in the Fate War. Now that her immortal Gu Qibei had recovered to its peak, she was extremely powerful. Bing Sai Chuan and Lu Weiyin discussed urgently. This surrounding star formation belongs to Star Path. We are not proficient in it. If we want to forcefully break it, Celestial Court has elites guarding it. It will be very difficult. Lord Fang Yuan's item can even break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. This formation will definitely be easy to break. Bing Sai Chuan was talking about the 5 regional limit formation. Lu Wei nodded. He was about to speak when a Gu immortal came from Yellow Earth Great World. This female immortal had snow-white skin, rabbit ears, and blood-red eyes. It was Lady White Rabbit. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, Lady White Rabbit had genuine rank 8 cultivation level. Lu Weiyin laughed heartily. saying to Bing Sai Chuan, "I have already asked Lord Fang Yuan for help. We will borrow the 5 regional limit formation and use it to break the formation. Lady White Rabbit, it has been hard on you." Lady White Rabbit smiled. "I have to do my best for Master. I have to disregard my life. This is nothing." But Master did not bring the 5 regional limit formation this time. Master said that this formation has no status, its effect is slow, and cannot be used in an emergency. Thus, I brought some other methods. Bing Sai Chuan was curious. "Lord Fang Yuan's methods must be extraordinary. Please let me take a look." Thus, Lady White Rabbit took out an immortal goo house from her immortal aperture. Rising Cloud City, Frost House, Unbreakable Fortress, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, Red Heavenly Altar, and Scarlet Palace. A total of 7 immortal goo houses. Each of them was rank 8. Bing Sai Chuan was dumbfounded. Master said that he could only create this many immortal goo houses in a short period of time. Master has ordered us to use these immortal goo houses to charge the formation. Lady White Rabbit said, "As it turned out, ever since Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave and collected a vast amount of immortal materials, his Time Path clone, He Chuncho had been using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine immortal goo. After all the rank 8 immortal goo were refined, he started to construct the immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan originally did not intend to build immortal goo houses because they were not practical for him. But after arriving in the great world, he could not casually make a move at his level. Thus, he started to prepare for a rainy day and started to arm his subordinates. They were indeed pressed for time. These immortal goo houses were modified by Fang Yuan from Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare News Dark Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, and other immortal goo houses. Strictly speaking, they were half new and half old. If it was the Celestial Court, even with 3 Wisdom Path pseudo-venerables, they would not be able to break it easily. They would need to spend time to deduce it. That was enough. Lu Wei-yin was overjoyed. He sent the immortal goo houses to break the formation and save Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hijin. Next, 7 rank 8 immortal goo houses entered the battlefield and destroyed the other 2 subformations. 2 groups of people charged towards Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Feng Ya's eyes were shut as she controlled her methods. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao were in charge of the situation. Seeing so many immortal goo houses, Fairy Yu Xiu's expression turned grim. Fang Yuan is so rich, his refinement path methods are terrifying. I'm afraid he is plotting something in refinement path. Thankfully, he cannot match us in wisdom path, so these immortal goo houses are half new and not old. We can still use them. Fairy Ming Hao said as she activated a killer move. Human path killer move, humble reciprocation. Book Mountain shook, countless killer moves blossomed like dazzling fireworks. In the sky, primordial domain floated in the sky, tribulation clouds rumbled, calamities and tribulations were everywhere. On the battlefield, countless killer moves filled everyone's vision, surging like a tidal wave, raining down from all directions. Under such a vast number of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinate goo immortals hid inside the immortal goo houses, going against the flow. Longevity Heaven had many goo immortals. They could not all enter Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sai Chuan took out 5 immortal goo houses. 1 was Broad Summer's harem, 1 was Heart Delight's harem, 1 was Red Bean's harem, 1 was Yearning's harem, and 1 was Peach Heaven's harem. These were the 5 harem that Giant Sun Immortal had set up in the 5 regions. When he was alive, they were all at rank 8 level. The foundation of an immortal venerable was on full display at this moment. My lifetime's accumulation still cannot compare to Fang Yuan. Rank 8 immortal goo are actually overflowing in his hands. is he trying to become a venerable through refinement path? Immortal zombie giant Sun looked at the battlefield as he deduced. Fang Yuan observed the battlefield while comprehending thieving heaven's true inheritance. This thieving heaven true inheritance originally contained imitation Gu, the killer move duo pair, and so on, but Fang Yuan only obtained a small portion of the thieving heaven true inheritance. However, this small portion was extremely important to Fang Yuan. The true inheritance's content involved refinement path. It described how thieving heaven demon Venerable forged Qian Kuan crystal wall back, then how he forged immortal Gu, and so on. Other than the 4 refinement path domains that I calculated earlier, there is also this one, refining fake Gu. Thieving heaven demon Venerable left this true inheritance to me with deep intentions. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2199. Surrounding the black and white book mountain, Gu immortals fought intensely. Their figures could be seen everywhere. Immortal killer move, single chi cloud explosion. Demon immortal Chi Ju stretched out his finger and pointed. Instantly, the air in front of him surged and condensed into a lump. Hundreds of milky white chi lumps shot out like meteors, dispersing the attacks of Book Mountain. Fairy Ming Hao had been using Book Mountain to activate humble reciprocation. Using this terrifying method, she was able to suppress the fierce attacks of Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven. These killer moves originated from Book Mountain's records. There were many types. They were human path killer moves in essence, but they imitated the power and effects of various paths. Demon Immortal Chi Ju fought attacks with attacks. After destroying the attacks in front of him, he sighed and retreated. After he was dealt with by Giant Sun Immortal, he did not interact with Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side. He moved freely and understood the situation. Celestial Court wanted to obtain Primordial Domain. That was something Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not want to see. He naturally wanted to enter Primordial Domain and raise his Chi Path attainment level to Supreme Grandmaster. How could he allow others to get there first? Demon Immortal Chi Ju was alone. He could not affect Celestial Court's momentum. But now that Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven were attacking him, if he did not make use of this external force, he would not be Demon Immortal Chi Ju. To think that attacking Book Mountain would be so dangerous, we can't even reach the middle of the mountain. Demon Immortal Chi Ju frowned. When he was suppressed in Divine Emperor City, he lost a lot of Chi Path Dao marks. Not to mention the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi Land, which he had been relying on, only had 30% of it left in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a tsunami, another wave of attacks crashed down like a waterfall from the mountain peak. Demon Immortal Chi Ju could only retreat again and again. Charge! Charge! A rank 8 Immortal Gu House passed by, ignoring Demon Immortal Chi Ju. That was Fang Yuan's subordinate, rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Unbreakable Fortress. The Gu Immortals in the fortress saw Demon Immortal Chi Ju, but ignored him. When Demon Immortal Chi Ju first appeared, he attracted a lot of attention, but seeing that he was attacking Book Mountain, Fang Yuan's subordinates understood Demon Immortal Chi Ju's standpoint. Demon Immortal Chi Ju watched as the unbreakable Vajra fortress charged forward and forcibly resisted the waves of killer moves. He could not help but reveal a look of envy. In this battle, the importance of immortal Gu houses was very obvious. Immortal Gu houses provided the Gu immortals with ample protection. Otherwise, how could the Gu immortals move forward against the endless tribulations and killer moves? The Vajra fortress charged all the way to the waist of the mountain when a bloody figure suddenly appeared in the smoke screen of the killer move. The next moment, a huge blood shadow rushed over, revealing its true appearance. This was a giant crimson tombstone. All kinds of characters were moving about on the tombstone, and the aura of the blood path was extremely dense. This was the Demon Judgment Board. Don't even think about taking another step forward. Guyue Fangzheng was the one controlling the demon judgment board. Boom! With a loud sound, the two immortal Gu houses collided directly. The unbreakable Vajra fortress's momentum stopped. Demon judgment board shot out a bloody light. The bloody light was like a pillar that shot towards the unbreakable Vajra fortress. The unbreakable Vajra fortress activated its defensive method. Even though it blocked the bloody light, it was pushed down the waist of the mountain by an unstoppable force. Even though the unbreakable Vajra fortress was a rank 8 immortal Gu house, it was still inferior to a peak immortal Gu house like Demon Judgment Board. Guyue Fangzheng breathed roughly. Celestial Court had few immortal Gu houses, including Demon Judgment Board, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and Divine Emperor City. It only had 6. Right now, these 6 immortal Gu houses were used to defend against the attacking immortal Gu houses. On Longevity Heaven's side, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace did not move, but Calamity Luck Altar and the 5 concubines had 6 immortal Gu houses. They were already equal to Celestial Court in terms of immortal Gu houses. On Fang Yuan's side, 7 immortal Gu houses suddenly appeared. This was out of Celestial Court's expectations. They had thought that Fang Yuan would likely rebuild Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship, but to think that Fang Yuan would start anew and take out 7 immortal Gu houses like the unbreakable Vajra fortress. Not only did he take them out, but these immortal Gu houses were all rank 8. 7 rank 8 immortal Gu houses immediately gave Celestial Court a huge pressure on their defenses. The immortal Gu houses on Celestial Court's side were only half of the enemies. Moreover, Longevity Heaven's Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Fang Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress did not participate in the battle. This made the Celestial Court's Gu immortals feel even heavier. Under Fangzheng's control, Demon Judgment Board attacked everywhere, forcing back the invading immortal Gu houses and defending themselves. The enemies are 2 strong, Divine Emperor City, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and my side are the pillars that can hold on. But at this rate, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. Guyue Fangzheng's expression was pale, but he understood in his heart. He could already feel that he was reaching his limit. The battle was too intense. Demon Judgment Board not only had to attack everywhere and defend against the immortal Gu houses, it also had to resist the bombardment of killer moves and calamities and tribulations. The immortal essence expenditure was so intense that even Fangzheng was shocked. Demon Judgment Board's damage was also becoming more severe. Earlier in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, Demon Judgment Board was heavily injured by Fang Yuan. It had already recovered. These damaged areas were all newly added. If it was just Fangzheng alone, he would be in a difficult situation. He would not be able to deal with it. Fortunately, Demon Judgment Board had the wills of the past Demon Judgment Board lords. These wills helped Fangzheng repair the immortal Gu house's damage. Since when did my Celestial Court's foundation lose to others? At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao maintained the killer move humble reciprocation, as she sighed. As far as Celestial Court was concerned, the situation was not looking good. Even though Celestial Court's Gu immortals were fighting with their lives on the line, the defensive line was in danger. An immortal Gu house might break through at any moment and reach Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fengyu was still using her killer move to get to Primordial Domain. She could not be interrupted. Fairy Ming Hao and Fairy Yushil looked at each other. The latter waved her hand. Go! A tiger's roar and Crane's cry resounded in the battlefield. 2 legendary immemorial beasts, Shabi 95 and Wan Dan, charged down the mountain. Even though Celestial Court did not have an immortal Gu house, it had 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beasts had thick skin and flesh. Legendary immemorial beasts were even more so. Shabi 95 and Wan Dan charged towards Rising Cloud City while enduring the killer moves and tribulations in the sky. Rising Cloud City was controlled by Fairy Meoween. She was about to enter the battlefield when she saw the two legendary immemorial beasts pincer attack. Fairy Meoween quickly activated her killer move. Rising Cloud City spewed out countless cloud chi that lifted the immortal goo house up. But Wandan flapped its wings and flew above Rising Cloud City, activating its killer move and clawing at the roof of Rising Cloud City, destroying countless mortal goo. Bam! At the next moment, Shabi 95 charged fiercely. Rising Cloud City was knocked over and rolled down the slope. Fairy Meow Yin's body staggered. She wanted to control Rising Cloud City to fly up again, but Rising Cloud City did not listen to her. There was no response when she injected immortal essence into it. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was nearby. Seeing this, he immediately flew over. He shouted as the silhouette of Shi-Land appeared above his head. Immortal killer move, Shi-Shi. Shi-Land erupted with a fierce suction force. The chi rings on the surface of Rising Cloud City were all sucked into Shi-Land. Rising Cloud City regained its freedom after being freed. Thank you. Fairy Meow-Een thanked him. She was about to activate the immortal goo house to attack again when she heard Fang Yuan's command. Fairy Meow-Een was stunned, but soon she reacted and brought the other goo immortals out of Rising Cloud City. Lord Chi-Ju, my master has ordered me to gift this Rising Cloud City to you. Fairy Meow-Een said, "Oh." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was stunned before laughing loudly. Fang Yuan is truly generous. I will accept it. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not stand on ceremony. He entered Rising Cloud City as the ladder flew up and attacked towards the waist of the mountain. At the waist of the mountain, Shabi 95 and Wan Dan worked together to attack Dragon Soul Dark Castle again. Lady White Rabbit led the immortals inside Dragon Soul Dark Castle. They were not in a hurry to attack again. They landed at the foot of the mountain to receive Fairy Meow-Een and the rest. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju finally reached the waist of the mountain. Seeing Shabi 95, his eyes shined. Good beast, I lack a mount. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stored Rising Cloud City as he attacked Shabi 95. After a few rounds of fighting, Shabi 95 fell into a disadvantage. It quickly called for help. This legendary immemorial beast belonged to Chi-Path. It was completely countered by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Don't panic, I'm here. Wan Dan came to its rescue, spitting out a red pill. What path is this? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju saw that the pill's aura was mysterious. He did not dare to be careless. He quickly released Rising Cloud City and entered it. Boom! The pill crashed into Rising Cloud City and self-detonated. Shockwaves from the explosion spread everywhere. A corner of Rising Cloud City was directly blown up. Even though Pill Path did not specialize in offense, it was a new path after all. Rising Cloud City could not defend against it. Ha ha ha, 95, you owe me a favor. Wan Dan laughed proudly. Shabi 95 curled its lips. It was about to reply when its expression suddenly changed. It shouted, "Be careful!" Wan Dan's heart palpitated. It quickly pounced forward, but the mysterious enemy was even faster. Can you escape? A voice came. Wan Dan immediately felt a small hand grabbing its neck. Compared to its mountain-like body, a normal person's hand was small and exquisite, but Wan Dan's hair stood on, and when this hand grabbed its neck, it screamed in shock because it turned around and saw a young man wearing a red cloak standing on its back. It was none other than Fang Yuan's transformation path clone Zhan Budu. At this moment, he had already activated incomplete freedom transformation. His battle strength rose to pseudo-venerable level. Wait! Wan Dan shouted anxiously, but Zhan Budu laughed sinisterly and exerted strength. At the next moment, boom! There was an intense explosion that sounded like thunder. The book mountain shook, and black and white stones flew in all directions. In an instant, a huge crater appeared. Juan Dan was knocked unconscious by Jean Budu's punch. Its body was embedded in Book Mountain. Its mouth was wide open as it spat out blood. Its body was motionless. But immediately, Juan Dan's body shone with resplendent light. Its wounds quickly healed. It regained its consciousness. Thankfully, I have a killer move, life-saving recovery pill. Juan Dan regained its senses and wanted to struggle, but Jean Budu had already raised his fist. Bam, bam, bam. With a series of punches, Jean Budu landed on Juan Dan's head again and again, causing Book Mountain to shake. Jean Budu only stopped after Juan Dan's head cracked and brain matter flowed out. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2200. In front of Jean Budu, the great legendary immemorial beast, Juan Dan could not retaliate at all. But at the next moment, a bright light shone and enveloped Juan Dan's corpse. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. Under the killer move, Juan Dan's broken skull quickly healed. He soon revived. Pill path. Jean Budu also had a strange expression. Juan Dan's healing killer move was truly amazing. It could actually revive him again. Even with Jean Budu's pseudo-venerable battle strength, he could not break it immediately. After all, even his main body did not know much about pill path. Since I can't break it, I won't. I want to see how many times you can revive. Jean Budu showed a ruthless expression. Bam, bam, bam. He swung his fists again, punching heavily, killing Juan Dan once more. The pitiful Juan Dan had just revived. Before he could react, his skull was smashed, and he died again. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. A few breaths of time later, the healing method on his body activated again. But this time, the killer move's radiance was much dimmer. Hold on, Juan Dan, I will save you, Shabi 95 shouted, rushing to save him from another direction. Even though it did not get along with Juan Dan normally and often quarreled, the two had a deep friendship. Especially in battles like the Fate War, they fought side by side. Their friendship was very deep. Even against Jean Budu, Shabi 95 did not care. It only wanted to save its friend. Humph, you want to leave now? Do you think I am just a decoration? Demon Immortal Chi Ju snorted angrily, activating a killer move that hit Shabi 95's back. Shabi 95 suffered a heavy blow. It growled in pain as it fell from the sky. Seeing that Juan Dan died at Jean Budu's hands again on the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao frowned even more deeply. An opponent like Jean Budu gave Ming Hao Yuxiu and Feng Yu a headache. His monstrous strength was terrifying, his skin was rough, and his flesh was thick, combining all the advantages of the Thunder Rush Yellow Bird transformation, the Devouring Blue Leopard transformation, and the Internal Breath Green Fish transformation. Jean Budu had no shortcomings at all. The three immortals had no way of attacking him. If it was a field battle, the three immortals could use guerrilla tactics to attack Jean Budu from afar, restrain him, and weaken him. But now, the Celestial Court was determined to defend the Book Mountain. This was a defensive battle. And what a defensive battle feared the most was existences like Jean Budu once he was allowed to rampage and break through the defensive line. It would be disastrous. But luckily, the three immortals had already planned and had a plan to deal with Jean Budu. Immediately, Fairy Ming Hao sent a voice transmission to Genesis Lotus while in Divine Emperor City. In the next moment, a vortex appeared on the surface of Divine Emperor City. A giant flew out from the center of the whirlpool. The giant even wore a greenish-gold armor. He held a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. His aura surged violently and was full of vitality. The giant let out a long roar, 100,000 Yojiao hate, without end. killing the enemy leader with his broken body. Divine Emperor City opened its eyes again. Qingqiu was under the Karma Tree. It was the legendary immemorial desolate beast, Qingqiu. During the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, Qingqiu killed Spectral Soul, but because of Spectral Soul's self-detonation, its body was shattered into countless pieces. But Divine Emperor City retrieved these pieces of flesh, reviving Qingqiu. The current Qingqiu was no longer the original tortoise shell, tiger claws, dragon tail, snake neck, bat wings, and human head. It had truly turned into a fully armored battle general. Qingqiu charged towards Zhan Budu. Its huge body pressed down like a mountain. Its spear tore through the air as wind howled. It was like a giant dragon was attacking. Good timing. Zhan Budu advanced. Instead of retreating, his figure vanished and appeared in front of Qingqiu's forehead. Zhan Budu punched Qingqiu's helmet fiercely. With a loud sound, a huge force surged towards it. Qingqiu was pushed back. Its mountain-like body fell down from the middle of the mountain, causing Book Mountain and the surrounding ground to shake. Zhan Budu pounced down. Fist shadows shot out like a storm. They were extremely fierce. If Qingqiu allowed these fist shadows to wreak havoc, it would end up like Wan Dan. At the crucial moment, Qingqiu's green hair suddenly turned into a giant tree, absorbing Zhan Budu's fist shadows. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, the divine tree shook. Countless fist shadows shot out from the leaves. It was Zhan Budu's previous attack. This move had once been difficult for Spectral Soul to deal with, even more so for Zhan Budu. He was forced back by the fist shadows. Qingqiu took the chance to stand up, while Zhan Budu floated in the air, defending against Fairy Minghao's humble reciprocation killer move while regaining his footing. Qingqiu roared as it took 2 steps forward, arriving in front of Zhan Budu in just 2 steps, waving its spear as it attacked. Rumble! 2 figures continued to fight intensely, exchanging blows and causing mountains to shake. The commotion was intense. I get it. So this was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's scheme. Qingqiu has already been subdued by Divine Emperor City. It has become the commander of the Divine Bean Soldiers. He is the strongest Divine Bean Soldier. Zhan Budu realized in his mind. After a few rounds, he gained the upper hand again. Qingqiu was not an ordinary legendary immemorial beast, but Zhan Budu relied on incomplete freedom transformation. Pseudo-venerable battle strength was the real deal. Qingqiu had no chance of winning. Celestial Court also did not expect it to win. Minghao and the other immortals were only trying to stall for time. Just like how Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable invited Fang Yuan to stay, it was to stall for time. As long as time passed, Celestial Court would obtain Primordial Domain. Their advantage would increase again. They would be able to secure victory. Immortal killer move. Unlimited Qi Sea. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. The Qi Sea was grand and vast. It surged forward and covered the sky. It was Qi Sea Ancestor. Seeing that Zhan Budu was obstructed for a while, Qi Sea Ancestor chose another direction and attacked the peak of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, Fairy Yuxiu sighed. She had no choice but to make a move. She flew down the mountain and fought Qi Sea Ancestor. Qi Sea versus Yuxiu. One was a Qi Path Pseudo-Venerable. The other was a Wisdom Path Pseudo-Venerable. The former attacked fiercely, wanting to destroy Celestial Court's attack. The latter was determined, even if it cost him his life, he would defend his foundation. Qi Sea Ancestor's attacks were grand. Qi tides swept the area. White Qi pillars shot out from time to time. Fairy Yuxiu moved like a fairy. She dodged the attacks in the sky agilely, while activating all kinds of Wisdom Path killer moves. She had an outstanding combat system. Her method of using attainment level to suppress others was extraordinary. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was suppressed by this move. But her opponent was Qi Sea Ancestor. Qi Sea Ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. The clone shared attainment level with the main body. Fairy Yushio's methods were effective. They were not difficult to resist against for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a master in dream path, space path, metal path, wind path, cloud path, lightning path, information path, light path, and sound path. He had a grandmaster foundation in blood path, strength path, star path, dark path, formation path, soul path, sword path, human path, wood path, food path, phantom path, luck path, and ice and snow path. He was a great grandmaster in theft path, transformation path, rule path, chi path, fire path, wisdom path, water path, earth path, and poison path. And he was a quasi-supreme grandmaster in refinement path, time path, and enslavement path. How could Fairy Yushio suppress him with such attainment level? Fairy Yushio had no choice but to use other methods to deal with Qi ancestor. Fairy Yushio could not display her full battle strength, but thankfully she was familiar with Qi ancestor's methods. Even though Qi ancestor had primordial origins true inheritance, the killer moves in the true inheritance could not be used in front of the celestial court. As for his other killer moves like heavenly astral cloth robe, yin yang great killer move, unlimited Qi, and others, they were all known to the world. Let me lend you a hand. Lu Weiyin flew over to help Qi ancestor. Fairy Yushio used her signature killer move. Lu Weiyin was suppressed by their attainment level. His strength immediately weakened. But with help, Qi ancestor had an even greater advantage. He gradually closed in on Book Mountain. Right at this time, Calamity Luck Altar suddenly spewed out a golden light. The golden light surrounded Book Mountain, spreading over the battlefield like vines. Everywhere the golden light went, calamities and tribulations changed and attacked the peak of Book Mountain. Meanwhile, Book Mountain was also penetrated by the golden light. It shook continuously. Fairy Minghao's body became unstable. Her expression turned pale as her pupils shrunk. This is definitely Giant Sun Immortal's handiwork. To think that humble reciprocation killer move was only used once. It was actually broken by the enemy the second time. She gritted her teeth. Even though she was unwilling, she had no choice but to cancel her killer move, humble reciprocation. If she continued, she would only lose her life. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin had just entered Yellow Earth Great World and led the army to attack the base of Book Mountain, they were stopped by Fairy Minghao's humble reciprocation killer move. Giant Sun Immortal was extremely talented. In a short period of time, he thought of a method to break it and used it in front of him. Without the obstruction of the calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's immortals could see clearly. Many immortal Gu houses shouted excitedly as they attacked from all directions. Fairy Minghao gritted her teeth. Fairy Feng Yu did not have the strength to fight. While Fairy Yushio was fighting outside, she could only rely on her in this situation. Immortal killer move, people's united hearts. Immortal killer move, people's united hearts. Immortal killer move, heroes among people. The scene from the karmic war replayed itself. Light spread and attached to the celestial court's immortals, causing their strength to soar. But this was not enough. Celestial court's Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses were too few in number. Then wake up, fellow immortals of the heavenly courts, fellow Taoists. The humans of the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you. Celestial court needs you. Fairy Minghao shouted loudly. An immortal graveyard appeared at the northwest of Book Mountain, shining with endless light. 2 figures walked out of the light. One was an old man with a kind expression. His eyebrows were very peculiar. They were like 2 small dark brown roots that extended from his eyebrows to his chest. The other was a middle-aged man with a muscular body. His skin was like brass, emitting a cold metallic luster. I heard the summoning. The old Gu Immortal Duke, May squinted. Where are the enemies? The middle-aged Gu immortal Duke Tong's gaze pierced through tens of thousands of li, locking onto Calamity Luck Altar. Chapter 2201. All the relevant information instantly flowed into the minds of Duke Mei and Duke Tong. When the two of them saw the battlefield with their own eyes, they knew the whole story at the same time. Duke Mei sighed. Duke Long. Back then, when he first saw Duke Long, the other party had black hair and a young appearance. Duke Long had just joined the Celestial Court. He paid his respects to Duke Mei. Even though Duke Mei was old, he quickly returned the greeting. You are a Dao Guardian. The welfare of the people of the world rests on your shoulders. Duke Long had a solemn expression. I will do my best. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate. With the passage of time, when Duke Mei woke up and returned to the 5 regions, Duke Long had already died. He had already left. Duke Long, you died a worthy death. You never went back on your words in your life. Duke Mei sighed as he flew forward. And now it is our turn. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's eyes shined with bright light. Immortal graveyard, so it was hidden nearby. Celestial Court has good methods. We searched many times, but did not find it. Be it Longevity Heaven or Fong Yuan, they both knew about the immortal graveyard's information long ago. Thus, the awakening of the Gu immortals in the immortal graveyard was within their expectations. Look, Fong Yuan's side is making a new move. Chang Bai, one of the 8 extremities, reminded. Bing Sai Chuan quickly shifted his gaze. He saw that Frozen Frost House, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, and Red Heavenly Altar. These 4 immortal Gu houses had turned around and flew down the mountain. Bing Sai Chuan could not help but feel bewildered. It seems that Fong Yuan's side already has a plan, but isn't it too much to mobilize 4 immortal Gu houses at once? Fong Yuan had a total of 7 immortal Gu houses, now that Rising Cloud City was given to Demon Immortal Chi Ju, and 4 were gone. Only Unbreakable Steel Fortress and Scarlet Palace were left on the mountain. The most important thing now was to get to the peak of Book Mountain and destroy Celestial Court's killer move to prevent them from obtaining Primordial Domain. Right now, Fong Yuan had sent most of his forces to kill the Gu Immortals in the Immortal Graveyard. It was too reckless. But at the next moment, the 4 immortal Gu houses split up. Frozen Frost House and Red Heavenly Altar charged towards Celestial Court's Immortal Graveyard. Bing Sai Chuan realized at once. He praised in his mind. Immortal Fong Yuan. Bing Sai Chuan realized at once. Jean Budu, Immortal Gu, means Jean Budu. Jean Budu had incomplete freedom transformation. He had monstrous strength and thick skin. He was the crucial battle strength for Fong Yuan's side to reach the peak. Immortal Sai, Fong. Jean Fong. Fong was divine. Jean had Ming, within in Divine Emperor City at the waist of the mountain was even more of a problem. It had the killer move, family destruction. It countered these immortal Gu houses the most. Thus, letting Jean Budu charge forward was the wisest tactical arrangement. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar were extremely fast. They soon arrived in front of Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Duke Mei breathed in deeply. He stretched out his arms and aimed his palms at the 2 immortal Gu houses. Suddenly, vines grew on the surface of Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar. These vines were dry and tough. They coiled around the 2 immortal Gu houses. Oh no, the immortal essence stored in the immortal Gu houses are being absorbed by these vines. Fong Yuan's subordinates realized this and shouted in anger. The 2 immortal Gu houses started to retaliate. Red light shined on the surface of Red Heavenly Altar. The dry branches within the light melted. Dragon roars could be heard from Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The branches around Dark Castle broke and fell. But after being delayed for a while, Duke Tong had already prepared his killer move. two huge bronze rings of different sizes quickly condensed and bound the two immortal goo houses. They rotated rapidly and emitted loud buzzing noises. The bronze rings flew extremely quickly, leaving behind afterimages as they restrained the immortal goo houses at the center like two bronze balls. The heavenly courts could be said to have learned from their mistakes. During the Fate War, because of the method left behind by Giant Sun, immortal Longevity Heaven had directly charged into Celestial Court and caught Celestial Court unprepared. During that battle, even though Celestial Court's goo immortals woke up, they could not display their full strength because they did not have enough immortal goo. But here, Celestial Court had already prepared all the immortal goo for the slumbering goo immortals. Thus, Duke Tong and Duke May took action and restrained the two rank 8 immortal goo houses. However, good times did not last long. Dragon souls suddenly emerged from immortal goo house Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The dragon souls failed several times and broke the bronze rings. Next, Fairy Meow-een and Lady White Rabbit flew out of the immortal goo house and attacked Duke May and Duke Tong. Fairy Meow-een activated her killer move Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. Her 8 arms stretched out as she moved gracefully. Lady White Rabbit was surrounded by lumps of light. She had an aggressive aura. The two immortals charged while Duke May blocked them first. After a few rounds, Lady White Rabbit found a flaw and went around Duke May to fight Duke Tong. Duke Tong was disrupted. He had no choice but to cancel the Bronze Ring's killer move and fight White Rabbit. The 4 immortals separated and regrouped. They were locked in battle. Duke May and Duke Tong had rank 8 cultivation level. Even though their battle strength was on par with Qin Ding Ling, they were not pseudo-venerables like Duke Long Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar regained their freedom. They charged towards the immortal graveyard and wanted to destroy it first. Rumble! These 2 immortal goo houses had just charged forward when they were repelled by a goo immortal. This goo immortal had a calm gaze. He had a high nose and deep eyes. His shoulders were like 2 small mountains on them. With me, Uncle Feng, here, don't even think of destroying the immortal graveyard. Uncle Feng blocked the path of the 2 immortal goo houses. He gave off an aura of being able to defend against 10,000 enemies alone. Feng Yuan's subordinates were not resigned to this. They continued to control the immortal goo houses to attack. But Uncle Feng's style was similar to Lu Weiyin. They were both skilled in defense. Even when the 2 immortal goo houses charged forward, he could barely block them. What do we do now? The goo immortals in Red Heavenly Altar were troubled. Right now, Fairy Meow-een and Lady White Rabbit were fighting against Duke May and Duke Tong. The heavy responsibility of destroying the immortal graveyard was left to the 2 immortal goo houses. No matter, he has already been hit by our method. The immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle snickered. GUH. The moment he said that, Uncle Feng's expression turned ashen. He spat out pieces of soul fragments. This is a soul path method. Uncle Feng frowned. In his era, there was no such thing as soul path. At this time, a newly awakened goo immortal flew out of the immortal graveyard. It seems that I woke up at the right time. This female immortal was a soul. She did not have a body. She blew a breath of air at Uncle Feng. As soon as the grayish-blue aura touched Uncle Feng's body, it quickly fused into his soul. Uncle Feng felt a sense of relief. The injuries on his soul healed rapidly. Oh no, this is a soul path great expert of spectral souls era's celestial court. She is on par with Thunder Ghost, True Monarch, Fairy Charming Soul. She is most skilled in healing methods. The goo immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle changed expressions. The immortals in Red Heavenly Altar gritted their teeth. Kill this healing goo immortal first. Otherwise, no matter how hard we work, she will destroy us. The battle started again. The 2 immortal goo houses targeted Fairy Charming Soul. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed Uncle Fong resisted with all his might. The two sides fought intensely, winds blew everywhere. During the stalemate, another immortal woke up and joined the battle. This immortal had a round head and large ears. He wore a loose robe. His chi path aura was overflowing. Boom, boom, boom. With a huge explosion, the chi path immortal charged into the middle of the two immortal goo houses. Take my move, jagged fiendish chi. The chi path immortal roared. His sleeves fluttered as countless fiendish chi blew out. These fiendish chi condensed and formed into huge rocks, forming strange mountains that surrounded the two immortal goo houses. Red heavenly altar and dragon soul dark castle charged forward at the first moment, destroying countless fiendish chi mountains. But after these mountains were destroyed, they gathered together again, blocking the two immortal goo houses. This is Senior 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. Uncle Fong and Fairy Charming Soul were overjoyed. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch was a famous chi path expert. After becoming rank 8, he roamed the world, searching for fiendish chi sea springs and refining fiendish puppets from them. He refined a total of 99 fiendish puppets, forming an army with great momentum. These fiendish puppets could be used with his immortal killer moves. They had countless uses and were almost unstoppable in that era. The current Shabby 95 was one of them. After a long time, its strength had grown to legendary immemorial beast level. With 7 fiendish primeval monarchs' help, Celestial Court finally defended the immortal graveyard. Next, more and more goo immortals woke up. Celestial Court got through the initial danger and started to counterattack. Many goo immortals went around the small battlefield and went to reinforce Book Mountain. Giant Sun, immortal, are you inside? Come out and see me. Golden, whooped Immortal Wong, shouted furiously. He had once invited Giant Sun Immortal to tour Celestial Court, but at that time, Giant Sun Immortal used this method. During the Fate War, when this method was used, it allowed Longevity Heaven to launch a surprise attack on the Celestial Court's territory, causing great damage. 95, come here. 7 fiendish primeval monarch blocked demon Immortal Chi Ju as he beckoned to Shabby 95. Master! Shabby 95 was filled with respect and fear. It came to 7 fiendish primeval monarch with injuries all over its body. 7 fiendish primeval monarch caressed it lightly. Shabby 95 immediately felt refreshed. Its injuries were almost healed. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had a grim expression. 7 fiendish primeval monarch's appearance destroyed his hopes of capturing Shabby 95 alive. Stop him! Right at this time, Fairy Minghao shouted. Jean Boudou was like a mad dragon that had appeared. He had already killed his way from the southeast corner to the middle of the mountain. Behind him, Ching Cho chased with all its might, but it was obstructed by Frozen Frost House and Red River Pavilion. It could not catch up to Jean Boudou. 7 fiendish primeval monarch breathed in deeply. He is one of the clones of the current generation giant demon Fang Yuan. I want to meet him. Just as he was about to move, he was stopped by demon Immortal Chi Ju. The latter snickered coldly. You think you can leave? 7 fiendish primeval monarch had a solemn expression. Since Senior insists, I will risk my life and ask for your guidance. Where do you think you're going? Guyue Fangzeng shouted. Demon Judgment Board, which was fighting everywhere, quickly arrived. Bam! With a loud sound, Demon Judgment Board was knocked over by Unbreakable Fortress. Protect Jean Boudou and kill his way up the mountain. The other goo immortals saw the opportunity. They attacked with all their strength, blocking the obstructing Celestial Court goo immortals for Jean Boudou. Fairy Minghao saw this and sighed deeply. She had no choice but to move. She flew down and blocked in front of Jean Boudou. Wait, get lost! Jean Boudou shouted as he swept his arm. Bam! Fairy Minghao's body shined with starlight. Even though she blocked this attack, her entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. She crashed through a large number of rocks on Book Mountain before stopping. Chapter 2202. Fairy Minghao's body shook. She quickly stood up. She was not injured, but the biggest problem was that she could not stop Jean Boudou. In this situation, Jean Boudou's threat far surpassed those immortal goo houses. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Fairy Minghao stomped on the ground and flew up. She waved her hand as dozens of stardust flew out. Jean Boudou did not dodge. He allowed the stardust to hit him. He was like a ferocious tiger. His target was the peak of the mountain. Fairy Minghao gritted her teeth. She had no choice but to fly towards Jean Boudou again. Jean Boudou kicked and sent her flying again, ignoring her. He is going up. Some goo immortals saw that Jean Boudou had reached the peak of Book Mountain and were overjoyed. They were about to cheer when starlight flashed in front of them. Jean Boudou was covered by the starlight. He vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already at the foot of Book Mountain. The immortals were shocked before understanding. This killer move was not unfamiliar. It had been used in the Fate War before. As expected, Jean Boudou raised his head and saw that above the peak of Book Mountain, there was a small and exquisite immortal goo house. This immortal goo house was like a chessboard. If it was not Star Constellation chessboard, what else could it be? Star Constellation chessboard let out waves of starlight. Any enemy that got close to the peak would be covered by the starlight and forcefully sent far away. Fairy Minghao pounced at Jean Boudou again, trying to stall him. She was very nervous. I hope no one can break this move. This move had been used before. The more times a goo immortal used this method, the greater the risk. Jean Boudou's gaze sank. He quickly made up his mind. He endured Fairy Minghao's frenzied attacks as he charged forward again, climbing rapidly. It seemed like he was returning without success, but he had already succeeded. Fairy Foam had been collecting the primordial domain with all her strength, but now she had to multitask and control Star Constellation chessboard. Her efficiency was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan's side had to continue pressuring her and distract her. Fairy Minghao had an outstanding combat system. The more stardust she had, the more damage she would receive. When Jean Boudou first tried to resist the stardust, he couldn't even break his skin. However, after several hundred stardust, his entire body was already soaked in blood. By the time the stardust broke 1,000, the wounds on Jean Boudou's body were already so deep that bones could be seen. During this time, he charged continuously and failed 3 times. They were all teleported away by the constellation chessboard. It seems that no one has been able to break this technique. Fairy Minghao relaxed. During this period, it was not that no goo immortals took action, but this killer move of Star Constellation chessboard had been slightly modified by the Celestial Court. It was still in effect. We can't delay any longer. Qi Ancestor had been fighting with Fairy Yuxiu. Seeing Jean Boudou's situation, he made up his mind. He waved his sleeves, and a phantom appeared to replace his true body to deceive Fairy Yuxiu. Fairy Yuxiu quickly saw through this fake body, but Lu Weiyin quickly flew in front of her and tried to stop her. Fairy Yuxiu was delayed for a while, but a secluded domain of heaven and earth suddenly appeared above Qi Ancestor's head. Who land? Demon Immortal Qi Ju and 7 fiendish primeval monarch who were fighting turned around at the same time, exclaiming in shock, "Get out of the way!" Qi Ancestor's robe fluttered. His beard fluttered as his face turned red. Lu Weiyin quickly dodged. Qi Ancestor suddenly changed his direction and targeted Book Mountain. Oh no! Fairy Yuxiu's heart jumped when she saw this. She quickly used her killer move and blocked between Qi Ancestor and Book Mountain without fear of danger. Immortal killer move, Hu Elevation. Hu land shook intensely as boundless Qi currents erupted from it. The Qi currents surged and were grand. There was righteous Qi, evil Qi, blood Qi, strange Qi, and others, under the effect of who land, they gathered into one force. They were inseparable and closely connected. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. Ghosts and deities were shocked. A chi pillar shot out. It was extremely thick and terrifying. It charged towards Book Mountain as if it could split heaven and earth. Fairy Yushio gritted her teeth as she used the strongest defensive method in her life. Clear wisdom path inscriptions revolved around her, illuminating the world. As the chi pillar approached, the wisdom path inscriptions quickly melted and engulfed Fairy Yushio's tiny body. The chi pillar was obstructed and its power weakened by 30%, but it still approached Book Mountain with an unstoppable momentum. Don't even think about it. At the crucial moment, Bai Tsang Shui controlled a rank 8 immortal goo house to charge forward. Amidst a loud explosion, Celestial Court's rank 8 immortal goo house only lasted for a few breaths of time before it started to break apart. On Book Mountain, star constellation chessboard shot out a pillar of light. Following the cracks of the immortal goo house, it enveloped Bai Tsang Shui and brought her away. Without Bai Tsang Shui's control, the immortal goo house quickly turned into scraps under the chi pillar's attack. Next, these scraps were all destroyed by the chi pillar. The chi pillar's power weakened by another 20%. It was less than 100 steps away from Book Mountain. At the crucial moment, a green-gold giant appeared. It was Ching Cho. Ching Cho raised its shield and blocked the chi pillar. There was a loud bang. The chi pillar sent Ching Cho crashing into Book Mountain, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of feet deep. As the chi pillar dissipated, its remaining aura spread throughout the battlefield. Ching Cho did not move. Its shield was destroyed, and a huge hole was left in its chest. It could be seen from the inside out. Divine Emperor City quickly rushed over. Green light flickered on its surface as a whirlpool appeared, absorbing Ching Cho's corpse. On the other side, starlight flickered beside Fairy Ming, as Fairy Yushio appeared. Fairy Yushio's hair was disheveled. She was in a sorry state. Her face was pale. Her body shook as she staggered and half knelt on the ground. Chi-Si Ancestors, whose elevation killer move was terrifying. In one move, he defeated Yushio, destroyed the immortal house, and killed Ching Cho, but Chi-Si Ancestors' condition was also quite bad. After using this move, his immortal essence storage fell by 30%. He lost over 10,000 chi path down marks. Chains stretched out from the space around him, tying up Chi-Si Ancestor. Chi-Si Ancestor's killer move is too powerful. It caused limitless arrangements to take effect. Lu Weiyin saw this, and his expression changed. If this Hu elevation did not land on Book Mountain and was defended by Celestial Court, it would have dealt a destructive blow to the entire great world. It would have severely interfered with Limitless Demon Venerable's final deduction. Thus, Limitless Demon Venerable activated his arrangements and immediately restrained Chi-Si Ancestor. Chi-Si Ancestor wanted to struggle, but he found out helplessly that he could not move. There were chains in his mind that blocked his thoughts. There were also chains in his immortal aperture that sealed his immortal essence. Lu Weiyin quickly went to his side to protect him. The peak of Book Mountain was still not taken down. The phantom of primordial domain in the sky became more solid, but Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly inside Calamity Luck Altar. Celestial Court is out of tricks. At the crucial moment earlier, even though Celestial Court blocked Hu elevation killer move, it was exhausted and had no trump cards left. Bing Sai Chuan saw the situation and immediately said to the 8 extremities behind him, "The opportunity has arrived. Attack Book Mountain." Heaven Extremity Guy Mei, Earth Extremity Gan Ni, Black Extremity Sun Ming Lu, Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua, Space Extremity Chong Bai, Ian Extremity Man Xan Yi, Flood Extremity Yu Yi, and Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan were all mobilized. Once they left Calamity Luck Altar, the 8 of them activated an ancient battle formation, 8 Extremities. This ancient battle formation was very special. Ordinary ancient battle formations gathered the strength of the Gu Immortals into one, but this ancient battle formation distributed the strength to the Gu Immortals, causing the 8 Extremities battle strength to rise rapidly, rising from rank 7 to rank 8 elite Gu Immortals. The 8 Extremities had just moved out when another group arrived from Yellow Earth Great World. They were led by Feng Yuan's enslavement path clone Wu Shuai, as well as the giant formed by the 12 Zodiac battle formation. It turned out that Feng Yuan had been observing the battle from the back. When he saw the opportunity, he immediately sent his backup. Celestial Court's pressure immediately increased. To prevent Gu Immortals from breaking through, most of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals flew out of their immortal Gu houses. For a moment, the battle surrounding the Book Mountain reached its most intense moment. Killer moves were activated with almost every breath of time. Countless killer moves shined together, creating dazzling fireworks. Killing intent shone from the dazzling lights of all colors. Red Heart Traveler suddenly raised a blood sun that shone in all directions, protecting 9 Spiritual Fairy. 9 Spiritual Fairy gave a clear shout. The 9-colored light barrier on her body shook. The 9 layers of light fused into one, becoming extremely dazzling and colorful. Next, the mixed colored light sphere suddenly changed. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into a rainbow-colored rhinoceros. The rhinoceros had a large head and a small body. Its body shone with all sorts of colors as it spoke. "Thank you." Saying so, it charged towards the 12 Zodiac giant. Rumble! The 2 colossal creatures clashed, causing dust to fly and rocks to tumble. 9 Spiritual Fairy had just left when Yellow Extremity Jiao suddenly appeared behind Red Heart Traveler. Whoosh! Flames surged. Red Heart Traveler was caught off guard and was hit by Yellow Extremity. His defensive killer move was pierced, and he suffered heavy injuries. How can this be? Red Heart Traveler was shocked and quickly counterattacked, but at the next moment, Yellow Extremity pierced through space and rapidly escaped. Red Heart Traveler's heart sank when he saw this. He recognized that Yellow Extremity cultivated Fire Path, but could use Space Path methods. So Longevity Heaven's 8 Extreme Killer move can not only connect the thoughts of the 8 Extremities and share their vision, they can also share killer moves. Under the 8 Extreme Killer move, the 8 Extremities cooperated and displayed unimaginable battle strength. Red Heart Traveler became extremely vigilant and dodged sharply. At the next moment, the densely packed army ants surged like a tide, drowning from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. Wu Shuai did not ascend the mountain. He was manipulating it outside. Countless Divine Being soldiers flew out of Divine Emperor City and fought with the army ants. In the chaotic battle, a figure moved like a sea dragon, leaving its nest, creating raging waves wherever he went. He was wearing a blood-colored cape. It was Jean Boudou. Fairy Yuxiu had already gone to intercept the 8 Extremities, while Fairy Minghao was swept away by Jean Boudou again. "Stop him!" Fairy Minghao shouted. Wan Dan was nearby. She hesitated and did not dare to move forward. Zhou Xiong Xian gritted his teeth and stood in front of Jean Boudou. Immortal killer move. Triple humans become tiger. The fierce tiger roared and pounced at Jean Boudou. Jean Boudou inhaled and sucked the fierce tiger into his stomach before arriving in front of Zhou Xiong Xian. Jean Boudou's fist directly pierced through Zhou Xiong Xian's chest and came out from his back. Zhou Xiong Xian's eyes opened wide as he died on the spot. Jean Boudou swung his arm and flung this corpse away before encountering the awakened Gu Immortal Fairy Delicate Soul. Jean Boudou shouted. Under the monstrous power of his iron fist, this fairy charming soul was shattered into pieces. Her soul dissipated. Jean Boudou, finally reached the peak of the mountain. This time, star constellation chessboard also stopped firing. No more star pillars shot out. Chapter 2203. Venomous Goo Master is calling for monthly votes for Little Dragon. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 2204. Venomous Goo Master will be updated at 9 p.m. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 2205. The childhood star constellation was giggling. She wandered around the back mountain, walking among the beautiful mountain flowers, playing with the sweet spring water. She played with a young leopard cat that was full of intelligence. She had accidentally saved it. During this period of time, whenever she had time, she would come to the cave to look at it, feed it, and play with it. "You're playing again?" A voice suddenly came from behind her. The child star constellation's body shuddered. Her hair turned numb as she slowly turned around, seeing Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable dressed in a white robe with a solemn expression. "Master." Star Constellation lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. "Stretch out your hand." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable took out a ruler. Star Constellation gritted her teeth, stretching out her small white hand. Slap! The ruler hit her palm, leaving a red mark. Intense pain assaulted her, but Star Constellation did not cry. "Your homework has been a mess recently. Instead of practicing killer moves, you're playing with a kitten?" Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable, looked at the little leopard cat behind Star Constellation. The child Star Constellation's eyes were brimming with tears. "Master, don't be angry. Don't chase Little Yellow away. Its injuries have just healed. I promise I will practice killer moves obediently in the future." Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable focused on Star Constellation, but at this moment, Star Constellation mustered her courage. She was ready to protect the little leopard cat with her life. Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable had a stern expression as he lifted the child Star Constellation up. "Follow me." Star Constellation felt the intense wind blowing at her. She could not open her eyes. After an unknown period of time, the howling wind suddenly stopped. She felt her feet touching solid ground. "Open your eyes and take a look." Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable's voice resounded. Star Constellation opened her eyes, seeing that she was standing in ruins. Her pupils shrunk to pin size. What entered her eyes were burning houses, corpses of men, women, old, and young. This village was originally quiet and peaceful, but because it was close to the regional wall, a group of variant human bandits charged in and slaughtered everyone. Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable said, "Do you know how often this happens?" Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable asked. The child Star Constellation was very shocked. She subconsciously shook her head. "Almost every day, this kind of situation happens." Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable sighed. "Not just the periphery of Central Continent. Even Central Continent's interior still has variant human remnants. They often appear and kill humans." Now that the Celestial Court has been established in the Central Continent, the humans have the upper hand. The super forces of the mutants have either gone into hiding or fled the Central Continent. What about the other 4 regions? The outsiders were still in power. Do you know why? The young Star Constellation didn't think too much and answered, "I know. I've long heard from my senior brothers and sisters that Master has dominated the 5 regions and attacked all the super forces of the mutant humans. No matter how many variant human goo immortals there are, they cannot defeat you, but they are all hiding. We can't find them." "Not bad." Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable nodded. "Once the immortal aperture is placed in heaven and earth, it will shrink to a point. Searching it is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It is extremely difficult. That's right. Even though the human race has an immortal venerable like me and is invincible, it's still difficult to effectively eradicate those mutants. Even though our human race has taken control of Central Continent, the other four regions are still not liberated. Because our population is too small, we can't compare to the variant humans. Even if we attack the variant human goo masters and mortals of the four regions and slaughter them all, as long as the blessed lands and grotto heavens of those variant humans still exist, we can easily nurture a vast number of variant humans. Once the blessed lands and grotto heavens were hidden, they were hard to find, and the time inside was much faster than the outside world. This caused the population inside to increase rapidly. Every once in a while, the blessed lands and grotto heavens would open their doors and release the excess population into the four regions. The immortal apertures of these goo immortals are the foundation of the variant humans. If we can't find their exact location after I die, humanity will still be in a precarious situation. The tragedy of the past will repeat itself. Primordial origin, immortal, venerable sighed deeply, caressing the young star constellation. This is why you need to work hard. Fate has declared that you will be the future immortal venerable of humanity and create Wisdom Path. With Wisdom Path, we can deduce the location of most blessed lands and grotto heavens. We can kill these variant human goo immortals and truly establish the golden age of our human race. O star constellation, you need to understand that every moment you waste playing here, there are humans dying under the butcher knives of the variant humans. Among them, there are many old people, and there are also many people who are about the same age as you. While you are playing, children of your age can only lie in pools of blood, unable to see tomorrow's sun. The young star constellation's expression was pale as paper. She bit her lips and remained silent. Primordial origin, immortal, venerable activated his killer move again and brought her back to the back mountain. He did not continue lecturing her and let her go alone. Several days later, the young star constellation and the little leopard cat, Little Yellow, parted. Even though Little Yellow was very attached to her, she still sent it back to the forest. When she was alone again, she squatted on the ground and hugged her knees, sobbing softly. Even though Master is right, I am only a child. My senior brothers and sisters can play. Why can't I? Is it because fate decreed that I will be a future immortal venerable? The young star constellation cried for a long time, all the way until night fell. The summer night was filled with stars. She slowly stood up, tears still lingering on her face. A lump of starlight appeared in her heart. Star constellation took out this lump of starlight and threw it into the back mountain. This lump of starlight vaguely contained her image. The young star constellation said to this lump of starlight, I actually do not want to be an immortal venerable, but fate cannot be changed. Everyone is so good to me, I have to think for their sake. I also want to make the entire human race happy. If there is a next life, you can play to your heart's content and make up for my regrets in this life. The star shadow hesitated and did not leave. The young star constellation looked at her and said, Let me give you a name. Since Master often praises me for my bright eyes and white teeth, I will call you Ming Hao. The star shadow seemed to be very happy after getting a name. It quickly flew away. The young star constellation had already grown into a young female immortal. She did not just stay in close cultivation. She often traveled around and broadened her horizons. There was no use in hiding, because what she needed was not to inherit primordial origin immortal venerable's legacy, but to create Wisdom Path. When she disguised her identity and traveled in Eastern Sea, she met a goo immortal. By chance and coincidence, she met this goo immortal many times. They worked together to fight enemies, exterminate variant human tribes, explore deep underwater trenches, and so on. Their friendship deepened and turned into feelings for each other. However, you are actually a variant human. Star Constellation saw her sweetheart's true appearance and retreated in shock. Xing Er, I did not hide it on purpose. Listen to my explanation. Her sweetheart was extremely anxious. Star Constellation shook her head and flew into the sky. Her sweetheart chased after her, but due to his heavy injuries, he finally fell from the sky. When he woke up from his coma, he found himself lying on a beach with Star Constellation beside him. You saved me, Xing Er. It must be you. Where are you? Come out and meet me. Her sweetheart was overjoyed. He struggled to get up and shouted with all his might, but there was no response. Eventually, he could only stagger away from the island. Under the setting sun, looking at his lonely figure, Star Constellation stood on the beach and revealed her figure. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was reluctant to part with him. Why do you have to be a variant human? How good would it be if you were a human? Do you know that I already want to marry you? According to the customs, Master has already prepared an embroidered tower for me as a dowry. But I cannot, because I am Star Constellation. I will be the future immortal venerable of humanity. I want to eliminate variant human goo immortals for humanity. If I were your wife, how could I do it? If I tolerate variant humans, what will happen to humanity? Her master's expectations, the hope of humanity, the hopes of everyone around her, they were all on Star Constellation's shoulders. But her heart still ached. The pain of not being able to love her was almost tearing her soul apart. Starlight surged out of Star Constellation's chest. She took out the ball of starlight again. She murmured to Xing Ying, "Since you're praising me, I'll give you the name Yuxiu. If there is a next life, please live well for me. Don't care about the future of humanity. Don't think about the safety of all living beings. Just live for yourself once. Be selfish for yourself. Love to your heart's content. Cry to your heart's content." The star's shadow rippled with light, seemingly replying. In her later years, Star Constellation had already become a venerable. In the hall, she sat on the main seat, looking at her senior sister who had always been supporting her and taking care of her. They were like mother and daughter. "Let me go," the senior sister shouted. "Ah, Sue, you are a grand immortal venerable. You cannot sacrifice yourself to fuse with Providence." "No." Star Constellation shook her head. "Precisely because I am an immortal venerable, I must do this." The senior sister had tears in her eyes. "Ah, Sue, when you first became my disciple, you were only 3 years old. I have been taking care of you. I watched you grow up step by step until you finally became the human race's Star Constellation immortal venerable. No one knows the bitterness and pain of this process better than me. The price you have paid for this is too much. You have already done very well now. You have already satisfied everyone's expectations. Don't sacrifice yourself anymore. You still have a lot of time to do what you want to do. Don't you always talk to me? In this life of yours, even though you have endless glory, even though you are praised by everyone, you have many regrets. You should go and live a better life. Asu, you have sacrificed too much for humanity. It is time for you to live for yourself. Therefore, this time around, let your senior sister assimilate with the heavens' will." Star Constellation smiled, her figure flickered, and she was already standing in front of her senior sister. She gently wiped away her senior sister's tears and took out a star shadow from her chest. "Senior sister, you have been praising me recently, saying that I am very magnanimous. This star shadow of mine will be called Fengya. Let her accompany you in my place. I was an orphan when I was young. You took care of me as I grew up. You are my elder sister and also my mother. How can I sacrifice you? Anyway, I have sacrificed so much. I am already used to it. Ha ha. Let Fengya stay by your side and help me make up for my regrets. I have left behind 3 star shadows. It is actually a setup for my rebirth. I do not want to be reborn one day. if the situation deteriorates to that extent, I will be reborn again. I will listen to you, senior sister. I will live for myself. I don't care about this world. I don't care about humanity. I also want to be selfish for once. Crazed Demon Cave. When Ming Hao, Yuxiu, and Feng Yu woke up, they received a huge nightmare. Fate Gu was destroyed. Celestial Court had fallen to rock bottom. Fang Yuan had turned into a demon. Righteous path was declining. Demonic path was rising. Central Continent was filled with danger. I had once sworn to myself, I want to live for myself. I want to live for my own happiness, for my own love, for my own happiness. Is there anything wrong with that? I have already completed my mission. I have already created Wisdom Path. I have already exterminated most of the variant human goo immortals. I have already led humanity towards prosperity. I need to rest. But why? Why did I subconsciously start to plan and make arrangements? Why am I still fighting here? Why? Fairy Ming Hao looked at the smoke in the sky as she pouted. Fairy Yuxiu looked at Demon Immortal Qi Ju, the 8 extremities, and the rest with a cold gaze. Fairy Feng Yu looked at John Budu, who was charging at her, as she smiled lightly. At this moment, starlight shined on the 3 of them, shining upon each other. The 3 immortals chanted in unison, not benefiting oneself in one's life, helping one's life, sacrificing one's life. Starlight illuminates the world. Resurrecting one's world, the 5 continents are different. One's heart is only one. 3 avatars pull the sky down. The starlight linked together and fused into one, shining in the sky. Soon, she turned into an immortal with peerless grace and shining eyes. Star constellation. Star constellation. Star constellation. P.S. A late update. I edited it again in the middle. I am still not satisfied with this poem. Even though the meaning was expressed, it does not rhyme. I hope everyone likes it. Chapter 2206. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the peak of Book Mountain, the 3 stars fused into one and turned into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The immortals who were fighting in a bloody battle were shocked. Even though the immortals had expected this, Fate Gu was destroyed, and a Venerable's revival was possible. But when the Venerable revived in front of them, the immortals could not help but feel an intense shock in their hearts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the only female among the 10 Venerables. She created Wisdom Path and inherited primordial origin. Immortal Venerables will, developing Celestial Court and assimilating with Providence, she helped Celestial Court resist the 3 demon Venerables of later generations. Her name was engraved in human history, shining brightly and had never dimmed. But now she had revived. Star Constellation, eat my fist. Jean Budu did not hesitate. He stepped on the mountain peak and charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with a thunderous voice and ferocious momentum. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival did not surprise Fang Yuan. In fact, he had already guessed the identities of Ming, Hao, Yuxiu, and Feng Yu. These 3 were too strong. They were all pseudo-venerables. Just this point was enough to explain the problem. Celestial Court was determined to restore Fate. They had worked hard for over 1,000,000 years. But during the crucial Fate War, only one pseudo-venerable, Duke Long, was left to guard Celestial Court. Now, Celestial Court suddenly had 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts in Crazed Demon Cave. It meant that they revived after Fate Gu was destroyed. If not for that, why would they not participate in the Fate War? Since they were revived and were pseudo-venerables, they would definitely leave their names in history. But these 3 were very mysterious. And most importantly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was nowhere to be seen. Combining these clues and deducing with Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, the possibility of the 3 immortals being Star Constellation became more and more obvious. Just like how Fang Yuan could create Qi Si Ancestor, Jean Boudou, and Wu Shuai. Why couldn't star constellation Immortal Venerable? It was just that star constellation's 3 avatars were 1 level more profound than Feng Yuan's avatars. When the 3 fairies combined into one, they could transform into a constellation. Facing the resurrected star constellation, Jean Boudou was not afraid. Before his fist even landed on star constellation Immortal Venerable, the strong wind from his fist blew star constellation Immortal Venerable's long hair into the air. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. In the next moment, Jean Boudou struck the constellation, but it passed right through. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's figure vanished like a bubble. This was fake, just an illusion. Jean Boudou realized this and quickly used investigative methods, but he could not find star constellation Immortal Venerable's main body. Star constellation, slow down. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Rays of golden light danced in the air, revealing star constellation Immortal Venerable's figure. But star constellation Immortal Venerable used a killer move. Inside his immortal aperture, Fairy Fengya's talent goo, Fairy Yushio's seriousness goo, as well as the learning goo that he took out from Divine Emperor City, activated. Immortal essence expenditure was intense. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's figure turned illusory. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's golden light could not obstruct her any longer. Under everyone's gazes, star constellation Immortal Venerable flew into the sky, all the way to primordial domain. Damn it! Jean Boudou gritted his teeth as he chased after her. However, even though he caught up to star constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter was like a phantom. She was not affected by Jean Boudou's interference. She quickly entered the depths of primordial domain. Jean Boudou even passed through primordial domain. Without any special methods, I can't enter primordial domain. Jean Boudou's eyes were spewing fire. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had revived, but she did not attack Jean Boudou, instead choosing to escape into primordial domain. She was a venerable. She could not attack casually. Otherwise, she would be suppressed by limitless demon venerables methods like Qi-Si Ancestor. She directly ignored the Celestial Court's Immortals, Book Mountain, and the entire battlefield. Avoiding battle was a fatal blow. Lu Weiyin's expression was dark and unsightly. The Origin Realm was the key to the battle in the crazed demon cave. The reason they'd attacked Book Mountain so madly was to stop the Celestial Court from obtaining the Origin Domain. To think that even though star constellation Immortal Venerable could not collect Primordial Domain, she could directly ascend and enter it. In the end, Jean Boudou's methods were lacking, and it was difficult to stop him. In fact, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not stop star constellation Immortal Venerable even after taking action. What should we do? Lu Weiyin was at a loss. After star constellation Immortal Venerable entered primordial domain, she would naturally replenish her lost attainment level and quickly become a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, regaining her status as a Wisdom Path Dao Lord. Is the situation of the world still going to be controlled by the Celestial Court? Bing Sai Chuan sighed in disappointment. That might not be the case. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sneered. Let's go. At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar released a threatening golden light. Golden light shot out in all directions, converging into a path that extended upwards. This was Calamity Luck Altar's killer move, luck-changing golden light great path. At the same time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, which had been staying at the center of Savage Wilderness Great World, also released a grand light. Ever since Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace fell into crazed Demon Cave, it had actively participated and cooperated with limitless Demon Venerables deductions, becoming more deeply involved in the evolution of the world. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace's light shone on Calamity Luck Altar, causing the luck-changing golden light path to undergo a profound change. Along the golden light path, immortal zombie giant sun flew out of Calamity Luck Altar and also entered primordial domain. Immortal zombie giant sun could not stop star constellation Immortal Venerable, but he had the #1 luck path attainment in the world. He actually used Calamity Luck Altar and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to truly enter primordial domain. Longevity Heaven's immortals were overjoyed at this sight. Only Fang Yuan's subordinates were left. Their expressions changed. Oh no! Lu Weiyin's expression was dark and unsightly. Although Longevity Heaven had been cooperating with Fang Yuan, it was clearly using him. Now, immortal zombie giant sun directly abandoned Fang Yuan and went a primordial domain himself. It could be imagined that he would definitely replenish his luck path attainment level in primordial domain and become a luck path Dao Lord again. Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven both abandoned Fang Yuan. Is this the foundation of a venerable? Xiao Jian sighed. Should we retreat? Bing Sai Chuan's fighting spirit started to dissipate. Fang Yuan was the greatest source of confidence for these variant human Gu immortals, but it was clear that Fang Yuan was inferior to the two venerables. This caused their morale to fall rapidly. No need to worry. At this time, Fang Yuan's main body arrived from Yellow Earth Great World. He still had a calm expression. Lu Weiyin's eyes shined with hope. Lord Fang Yuan, you have a way? Fang Yuan nodded and looked at Rising Cloud City. Qi Ju, let's cooperate again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flew out of Rising Cloud City. Ha! I knew you had a motive for giving me a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. But there is no problem with your killer move. Come, let's cooperate once. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and took out Hulan from the Qi Si clone's immortal aperture. At the same time, Shilan appeared above Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head. Hulan and Shilan quickly approached each other, shining upon each other. Lu Weiyin saw this and was overjoyed. I understand. The Legends of Renzu has records of this. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 37. Wisdom Gu was bitten by Self Gu. It felt very angry and decided to take revenge. Wisdom Gu found Lies Gu. No matter what I say, they are filled with wisdom and will help others. This is not good. I need your help. Lies Gu asked, how do you want me to help you? Wisdom Gu said, that is easy. It is very simple. Renzu and his children are currently in primordial domain. In front of primordial domain is Shi Land. Behind it is Hu Land. Enter primordial domain and deceive Renzu. Tell him, primordial domain is in front of Hu Land. Behind it is Shi Land. Lies Gu was confused. Will I be able to take revenge like this? Wisdom Gu laughed loudly. Humans need to breathe in first before exhaling. Shi Land and Hu Land are the breathing of heaven and earth. Just do as I say. Lies Gu followed Wisdom Gu's instructions and came to primordial domain. It told Renzu, oh human, you need to be careful. You are in a very mystical place now. If you go forward, you will go to Hu Land. If you go back, you will go to Shi Land. Renzu was about to leave primordial domain. He thought, I had once received instructions from a beast man, don't let me go to Hu Land. Then I will go to the back and go to Shi Land. Renzu brought his children great strength, true martial, and carefree wisdom heart, leaving primordial domain and going to the back. Thus, they came to Hu Land. This is not Shi Land. Carefree wisdom heart realized that they were deceived. Renzu patted his chest. Thankfully, I died once. Betrayal Gu has left. Otherwise, if I cared, Betrayal Gu would harm me. But great strength, true martial suddenly realized something. He shouted, oh no! What is it? Renzu was about to ask, but at this time, Self Gu flew away from him. Self Gu left Renzu. Before leaving, it said, oh human, you put attitude Gu on me. You even deceived yourself. Don't blame me for leaving you. Back then, Renzu protected weak Gu. Weak Gu urged Renzu to put attitude Gu on self Gu, even deceiving itself. It achieved the most perfect disguise and deceived the predicament. If a human deceived itself, it would leave the person would abandon itself. Renzu was angry and anxious. What do I do? Self-Gu has left me. Without it, how can I obtain freedom? How can I get rid of fate Gu's restriction? Self-Gu had once eaten a mouthful of betrayal Gu. This is the meaning of betrayal. I have been dissatisfied with it for a long time. Great strength, true Marshall's ability, Gu shouted. Experts would instinctively be dissatisfied with themselves. Self-Gu has flown away. We can't see it anymore. Let's chase it. Carefree wisdom heart reminded. The three started running, chasing after Self-Gu. Self-Gu ran very quickly, entering a river. The river's surface was calm. There were pieces of floating ice of all sizes floating on the water. This is the river of time. There are truthful floating ice pieces floating on the river. Renzu and the other two quickly recognized they had gained a lot of knowledge from Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Renzu looked far away, saying, I feel that Self-Gu is hiding at the center of the floating ice. Let's go and find it. Chapter 2207. Renzu's trio stood by the river and observed. Every piece of floating ice on the surface of the river of time was a fact. Renzu observed for a long time before pointing at a piece of floating ice. This piece of floating ice is neither big nor small. Its surface is smooth. Let's step on it. But great strength, True Marshall said. This piece of floating ice is clearly very small. It can't even fit the three of us. Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head. This piece of floating ice is very big, but there are many icicles on its surface that will pierce through our feet. The same fact could be big or small, light or heavy, difficult or easy to different people. Some could accept it, some could not. Renzu's trio discussed for a long time before finally choosing a piece of floating ice, and everyone stood on it. When Renzu stepped on this piece of ice, he immediately burst into tears. While great strength True Marshall roared in anger, Carefree Wisdom Heart laughed heartily. It was the same fact, but different people would feel differently about it. Renzu's trio could only endure it. Every piece of floating ice on the surface of the river of time is a cold and silent fact. But we humans have hearts. Once we come into contact with facts, we will feel emotions. When facts and emotions are added together, it becomes a matter for each of us. Carefree Wisdom Heart recalled the knowledge in her mind. The floating ice carried Renzu's trio and floated for a while before gradually becoming smaller and sinking. Let's jump onto that piece of floating ice. Renzu pointed to the left. Thus, before the floating ice beneath them sank, the trio jumped onto the second floating ice and continued to move forward. This fact caused Renzu's trio to feel different emotions. The longer they stood on the floating ice, the more these emotions accumulated. As the floating ice continued to sink, the emotions the trio felt would also change. Some went from anger to happiness, some from happiness to melancholy. I can't hold on anymore. My heart feels very uncomfortable. After enduring for a while, Renzu clutched his chest and shouted, Let's jump onto that piece of floating ice. After the trio jumped, Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly said, I can't stand this the most. My heart is also uncomfortable. I want to die. Renzu's trio hurriedly switched to another floating ice. No matter what the truth was, if they clenched their teeth, they would be able to endure it. What he was most afraid of was feeling upset. Once the heart couldn't take it, the person wouldn't be able to continue living. After a few more ice flows, great strength True Marshall couldn't take it the least. I feel fine. Strong Goose said proudly in his heart of ambition, There are too many things in this world. It has always been the weak who suffer more than the strong. Fortitude Goose shouted, This has my contribution because I have been helping you all along. Fortitude Gu could suppress emotions. Suddenly, 2 goo worms grew out of carefree Wisdom Star's palm. The goo in the left hand was called good. The goo in his right hand was called bad. Oh, humans, we can help you discern what is good and what is bad. Good goo and bad goo said together, their voices tender. Thus, with the help of good goo and bad goo, Rinzu and the other two were always able to find good floating ice. Standing on the floating ice, the 3 of them felt very happy. When the floating ice sank and good things turned into bad things, the 3 of them jumped away in advance. Like this, Rinzu and the other 2 gradually became happy. They became extremely happy, they were overjoyed, and did not leave. They were immersed in this joyous mood. The 3 of them forgot about their situation until the truthful floating ice under their feet completely sank, and they all fell into the river. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. She land. Who land? The 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth each let out a faint white light. The lights intertwined and connected into one, forming a horizontal pillar of light. The final step. Fang Yuan activated his killer move as he let out a breath of turbid air. The aura flew into the pillar of light as a whirlpool formed at the center of the pillar of light. The whirlpool shot out and shot into the sky. When the white spiral light touched the surface of primordial domain, it spread out like a lump of light fog, enveloping the entire primordial domain. Fang Yuan followed the white spiral light and entered primordial domain. Amazing, amazing! Primordial domain is between She land and Hu land. Using these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth, we can accurately locate primordial domain. Lu Wei-yin praised as he followed behind. Next were Zhan Budu, demon immortal Qi Ju, Qi Si ancestor, and other pseudo-venerable battle strength experts. When the immortals entered primordial domain, the white spiral light dissipated. The other Gu immortals who were eager to enter were very disappointed. Fang Yuan floated in primordial domain, frowning deeply. Once he stepped in, countless insights appeared in his mind. But this was not something that happened naturally. It was like being forcefully instilled into him. Fang Yuan felt an indescribable pain. This pain did not come from his body or his soul. It came from his heart. His mind was like a lake. It was originally calm and calm like a mirror. But now, it was like a raging sea, surging with terrifying waves. This was like a baby who only knew how to eat, drink, sleep, and excrete, but the baby was forced to learn the joy of jumping around and playing. If the baby was allowed to jump around and play, it would hurt itself. It was also like a child who felt that toys were the most precious, but was forcefully instilled with the concept of an adult. Money was the most important. Gu cultivation attainment levels were very difficult to raise. Fang Yuan entering primordial domain was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It was going against nature. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring it strenuously. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who had entered primordial domain earlier, were nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan did not care about these 2. He quickly inspected his body and comprehended. Many paths' attainment levels are rising rapidly. Refinement path is also among them, but rule path is rising the most. Fang Yuan thought about it and started to move around primordial domain. He activated his method. His body was like a bird, flying freely in primordial domain. Everywhere he went, primordial domain broke apart. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Although primordial domain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was extremely fragile. Fang Yuan did not take the initiative to attack. It was just that he had too many Dao marks. Primordial domain could not bear it. But fortunately, before primordial domain was destroyed, the attainment levels contained within were all transferred to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. I need to find the correct direction as soon as possible. If the refinement path part of primordial domain is destroyed, It will be terrible. Fang Yuan was not familiar with primordial domain, but all kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind. His deep wisdom path attainment allowed him to quickly understand his situation. Primordial domain contained the profundities of all paths. Any Gu cultivator could benefit from it. Fang Yuan adjusted his direction nimbly, roaming in primordial domain, gaining a lot of refinement path attainment levels. He was moving in the correct direction. Soon, among the several attainment levels that increased at the same time, refinement path attainment level rose to the first place. Fang Yuan's current feelings could not be described clearly with words. He was in extreme pain, and his mind was unstable, but he also felt fulfilled and satisfied. At the same time, he was feeling increasingly thirsty. This thirst was for knowledge, for attainment levels. No wonder the legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was not satisfied with knowledge. He kept instilling it into himself, causing his mind to reach its limit and explode. Fang Yuan had a similar feeling towards Renzu. Soon, Fang Yuan endured the pain and revealed a joyful expression. He had a strong premonition that he was only a small distance away from refinement path's supreme grandmaster attainment level. Rumble. Right at this time, primordial domain shook, and large pieces of it collapsed. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was rising, but it stopped abruptly. Giant sun, star constellation. Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly became extremely cold. He saw that immortal zombie giant sun and star constellation immortal venerable were fighting far away. They had chosen a good location to fight. It was definitely a crucial location related to refinement path. With this part of primordial domain destroyed, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level could no longer rise. In the previous fight, Fang Yuan had probed many flaws of longevity heaven and celestial court. Similarly, his foundation was also seen by immortal zombie giant sun and star constellation immortal venerable. They understood that Fang Yuan wanted to develop in refinement path. Since he had arrived at primordial domain, first, how could these two venerables just sit back and watch? Thus, by fighting each other, they also cut off Fang Yuan's future. Star constellation immortal venerable had definitely taken the initiative to attack. Although immortal zombie giant sun had an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, he would definitely be happy to see this happen. When star constellation immortal venerable saw Fang Yuan's main body, she immediately pointed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of blue flying stars shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan roared as his body shone with 7-colored radiance. Immortal killer move, 7 kills rainbow. Metal paths yellow light, wood paths jade light, water paths light blue light, fire paths red light, earth paths brown light, wind paths green light, lightning paths dark blue light. These 7 paths radiance intertwined and shot out in a spiral. Rumble. 7 kills rainbow destroyed most of the flying stars and shot towards star constellation immortal venerable. Star constellation immortal venerable's body flickered with starlight as she blocked this killer move, but she still staggered and showed a shocked expression. What killer move is this? It was naturally a compound killer move. This move, 7 kills rainbow, was an improved version of the previous 5 technique rainbow. The latter had been used by Fang Yuan before. It was during the battle when the Righteous Qi Alliance attacked Eastern Sea Xia Clan headquarters and attempted to recover their lost territory. It was just that 5 technique rainbow used the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while 7 kills rainbow went one step further. It included swift wind and furious lightning. Star constellation immortal venerable could not defend against such a killer move. Because to defend against this move, she had to consider the 7 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Even though many of the killer moves seemed to involve many paths, they were all superficial. For example, when thieving heaven demon venerable fought against limitless will in Crazed Demon Cave. He used a killer move that imitated the power of other paths. The essence of the killer move was still one path, it was just that it imitated other paths. To deal with such a killer move, one only needed to deal with Theft Path. But the killer move 7 Kills Rainbow contains 7 paths in the truest sense. Just one move from Fang Yuan made the great star constellation Immortal Venerable feel troubled. On one hand, the compound killer move was hard to defend against. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had a vast accumulation of Dao marks. He had too many Dao marks. Maybe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body could match him in the past, but the current star constellation had just revived. The 3 avatars combined into one, the total number of Dao marks was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's current Dao marks. Evidently, Star Constellation's Dao marks could not compare to Fang Yuan's. Chapter 2208. Venomous Goo Master applies for leave. Currently typing. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2209. Crazed Demon Cave. Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan's main body moved. He finally fought against a venerable, immortal killer move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. In the intense battle, Fang Yuan roared. His body shook as 100 evil dragons condensed around him. The evil dragons roared as they attacked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A compound killer move again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze narrowed. She could instantly see that the evil dragons in front of her contained Transformation Path and Enslavement Path profundities. The number of Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body was terrifying. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could also fight him head-on, her nature was not like that. She was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster. She was in life, and she was now. Immediately her body flickered, starlight flickered around her. She turned into 1,000. In the blink of an eye, there were 1,000 Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun quickly used his investigative method to distinguish the real from the fake. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, but he still urged the dragons to attack. The dragons fought against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's phantoms. For a moment, the world turned dark and chaotic. Some of the vicious dragons opened their mouths to bite. Some swung their tails, some used their horns to provoke their enemies, and some used their claws to tear. There were even some vicious dragons that opened their mouths and roared, shooting out sharp sword chi from their tongues. In the earlier battle, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's phantoms were caught off guard. They suffered heavy losses. But not long after understanding the reason behind these evil dragons' confidence, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's phantoms stabilized the situation and counterattacked. These Star Constellation phantoms had ordinary methods. Each phantom only had 1 killer move, and there were only 6 killer moves in total. But these Star Constellation phantoms cooperated with great tacit understanding. They were not much different from the 3 avatars. Star Constellation phantoms displayed their advantage in numbers. They often attacked one evil dragon with close to 10 phantoms, eventually killing the evil dragon after paying the price of several Star Constellation phantoms. Fang Yuan's evil dragons began to shrink rapidly. Fang Yuan's Sword Tongue Dragon Soul has enslavement path profundities and can be manipulated slightly, but his wisdom path attainment is far from Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw this and evaluated. However, Fang Yuan also knows the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. If he focuses his attention on carefully controlling the dragon soul, the gains won't make up for the losses. Therefore, he simply kept using this move. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not interfere and just watched from the side. While watching the battle, he activated his methods. Multicolored light flew and swept the surrounding primordial domain into his immortal aperture. Information was extremely important to Goo cultivators. Especially against an opponent like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, killer moves were most effective the first time they were used. Fang Yuan did not use any other methods. He continued to activate Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Groups of over 100 evil dragons continuously rushed to the battlefield. The evil dragon was killed by the constellation illusions, but they quickly gained the upper hand in terms of military strength. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was slightly surprised, so this move also involves Soul Path. He saw that although these evil dragons were being exterminated, the evil dragon souls were gradually being born. At first, these dragon souls were very weak. They only had 10% of their battle strength compared to the evil dragons. But as the evil dragons continued to die, the number of Soul Path Dao marks that were spreading on the battlefield continued to increase. The dragon souls and soul beasts that were born after these evil dragons died also became stronger. 20%, 40%, 60%. The evil dragon soul's battle strength continued to rise. Star Constellation's illusions were finally defeated. The battle situation was tilted towards Fang Yuan's side. Eventually, when there were only dozens of illusions left, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body could no longer be concealed. She smiled at Fang Yuan and directly retreated, leaving this battlefield. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. After fighting, he gained a deeper understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's nature. Even though this Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived and had the battle strength to fight Fang Yuan head-on, she avoided the battle repeatedly. She was extremely rational and agile. Like this time, when she retreated, Fang Yuan's previous investments were all for naught. The Soul Path Dao marks left behind in this battlefield were of great help to Fang Yuan, but unfortunately, when Star Constellation retreated lightly, Fang Yuan had no choice but to chase after her, abandoning this battlefield that had been constructed for the most part. Fighting against such an opponent did not feel satisfying at all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, please wait. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun chuckled. Bright light shone around him and obstructed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Good, Fang Yuan praised, taking the chance to chase after her. It seemed that the agreement between Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan was still valid. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's choice was also easy to understand. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw Fang Yuan's battle strength, and that he was still an immortal zombie. He still treated the Celestial Court as his main enemy. If Fang Yuan's battle strength was weak, he might immediately face the joint attacks of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He had to get rid of this easiest opponent first, to prevent the weakest person from benefiting from the fight between the two tigers. Fang Yuan fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not make many moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable waved her jade-like hand, sending out countless flying stars. The flying stars were extremely fast, continuously shooting at Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had tried to dodge earlier, but these flying stars had tracking abilities. No matter how he dodged, he would be hit. If Fang Yuan wanted to unravel this killer move, he would need to plan carefully and spend some time to make deductions before he could succeed. Crack, crack. With a soft sound, the light barrier on Fang Yuan's body collapsed. This light barrier was also a compound killer move. It had outstanding defense, but under the continuous attacks of the flying stars, it had already collapsed several times. The power of each flying star had never actually changed, but they were connected to each other in a chain of attacks. This was especially frightening. If the power of a flying star was 1, the result of the first star would also be 1, then the second star would be at least 3, and the third star would be 6. The power would increase layer by layer. The further it went, the more powerful it would be. This was the combat system that Fairy Ming Hao had once grasped. As the light barrier collapsed, Fang Yuan activated a new defensive method. A halo of light appeared above his head. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and laughed lightly. Just like the information in the Celestial Court said, Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. After using defensive killer moves several times, he would change to another one, afraid that the defensive killer move would be broken and he would suffer heavy injuries or even die when he was caught off guard. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned to do so. However, every time she made some progress in her deductions, Fang Yuan would adjust his methods in time, making her deductions useless. Fang Yuan, you have made ample preparations for this battle. I am increasingly curious. How long can you fight by switching killer moves so frequently? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke as she used her method. This Wisdom Path killer move was formless and formless. It formed a whirlwind in the air, but it was not targeted at Fang Yuan, but the surrounding primordial domain. In an instant, the surrounding primordial domain within several thousand steps was emptied by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also breathed out golden light, sweeping a small area of primordial domain into his pocket. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with eerie light. These two venerables had extraordinary methods. They had been gathering these primordial domain as they fought. Compared to them, Fang Yuan's foundation was much weaker. He had tried before, but he could not find an effective way to gather the primordial domain. He could only watch as the other two continued to harvest. In that case, Fang Yuan made up his mind. A killer move suddenly erupted. Flames surged and lightning shot out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was collecting the primordial domain when the lightning and fire waves formed by Fang Yuan's killer move swept over, sweeping away all the primordial domain around him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun instantly gained nothing. He remained silent. Fang Yuan used another move. The wind howled, and the frost was like arrows filling the sky. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was implicated again. The primordial domain that was about to be swept into his immortal aperture was destroyed again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took a glance at Fang Yuan and gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan used another move. Souls flew and golden light flickered, destroying all the surrounding primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but look at each other. The former was no longer smiling, while the latter's eyelids were twitching. If I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. With this thought, Fang Yuan started to fight, attacking boldly and wantonly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun needed a certain amount of time to collect the primordial domain. Flaws would be exposed during the process. Fang Yuan directly destroyed the primordial domain. It was much faster and more convenient than them. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was disrupted again and again, but Fang Yuan used attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as an excuse. He was not restricted by the alliance agreement, so he could not criticize him clearly. He could not take it anymore. He secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan, "Fang Yuan, let's make a deal. You block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. I will collect the primordial domain. We will split the gains 30-70. No, split it 50-50. Fang Yuan immediately replied, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was naturally unwilling. Without my method, you won't even be able to collect half of the primordial domain. If you dare to comprehend the primordial domain now, you will definitely be attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The risk is too high. Something unexpected might happen." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was right. It was not difficult to block the infusion of the primordial domain, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not dare to comprehend the primordial domain during the current battle. She could only do her best to collect the primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun argued on the basis of reason, but Fang Yuan ignored him. Rumble, thunder rumbled, and air currents surged. The surrounding primordial domain dissipated under Fang Yuan's killer move. Although the primordial domain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was different from Book Mountain and Danghun Mountain. It was inherently weak. Immortal zombie giant Sun gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan used his actions to tell him, "You have to split it 50-50. If you don't agree, you, giant Sun Immortal, will also not be able to obtain any primordial domain." Immortal zombie giant Sun could only relent. "Forget it. I will give you 50-50. Fang Yuan continued, "Can I trouble you to send half of the primordial domain into jewel yellow skies first?" Immortal zombie giant Sun could not help but stare. Fang Yuan urged again, "Don't worry with my interference. It will be hard for star constellation Immortal Venerable to obtain much primordial domain." The meaning of his words was nothing more than a reminder. Look, the Celestial Court is still our main enemy. And weakening the Celestial Court had always been Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's strategic goal. Forget it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sent half of the primordial domain into jewel yellow skies to show his sincerity. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. His attacks on star constellation Immortal Venerable became even fiercer. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was alone, facing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan together. She gradually suffered losses. Please remember this book's domain name. Right Pen Chinese Network Mobile Version Website. Chapter 2210. Star constellation Immortal Venerable fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan was in charge of interfering, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's main task was to destroy primordial domain. Although star constellation Immortal Venerable could barely succeed, it was only after several rounds of fighting with Fang Yuan that she grabbed the opportunity to attack. This battle situation continued for a while before star constellation Immortal Venerable made a decision. She suddenly activated a killer move to attack primordial domain as well. Primordial domain was like an avalanche. It was only a small piece at first, but soon primordial domain's collapse became more severe. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gave a low growl, releasing golden light in an attempt to block it. He succeeded in blocking star constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move, but star constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer move again. "Fang Yuan!" Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted, without needing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's reminder. Fang Yuan had already attacked with all his strength in an attempt to restrain star constellation Immortal Venerable and force her to give up on destroying primordial domain. This time, it was star constellation Immortal Venerable's turn to use killer moves. This was the first time she took the initiative to attack since the start of the battle. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not react in time. Many of star constellation Immortal Venerable's offensive methods were used for the first time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not block them immediately. Rumble, after dozens of rounds, primordial domain was completely destroyed. Most of them were destroyed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised repeatedly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw that her efficiency in collecting primordial domain was far inferior to Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's cooperation. So she took the initiative to destroy primordial domain. Such decisiveness and rationality, worthy of being an Immortal Venerable in human history, the second generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. This is... Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Primordial domain was completely destroyed, but he did not fall back. Instead, he found himself in the void. There was no trace of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun said. He slowly flew over, standing 100 steps away from Fang Yuan as they faced star constellation Immortal Venerable together. It turned out that Celestial Court used thieving Heaven's true inheritance and the captives in Divine Emperor City to lure Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, gaining time to seize primordial domain. immortal zombie giant sun, and Fang Yuan reacted quickly. They mobilized all their strength and attacked without any regard for the consequences. The Celestial Court had experienced the fated war and lived up to its former glory. It was hard for it to defend against the frenzied attacks of the two parties. Since she could not obtain it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a step back and flew into primordial domain, raising her wisdom path attainment level to Supreme Grandmaster. However, Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and the other pseudo-immortal venerables also entered primordial realm. The situation gradually went out of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control. She ruthlessly destroyed the whole of primordial domain. The origin realm hadn't been seized by her. In fact, it was still on the 9th floor. The moment Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan entered primordial domain, they also entered Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. The space on the 9th floor is much smaller than on the 8th floor. Is this the truthful floating ice recorded in The Legends of Rinzu? Fang Yuan stared at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while looking at the mysterious floating ice behind her. These bluish-white floating ice pieces were of varying sizes. There were a lot of them. They floated quietly. They did not rotate on their own, but they were attracted to each other and flew around in groups of 2 or 3. All the floating ice flows slowly circled around the center of the floating ice flows. Looking from afar, these truthful floating ice pieces looked like a loose ball as they flew. The trajectory of the truthful floating ice pieces was filled with profound profundity. Fang Yuan only took a few glances before he felt dizzy. He acutely observed that these truthful floating ice pieces were continuously growing in size. It seems that this formation is the foundation of limitless creation of the whole Crazed Demon Cave. Book Mountain and Primordial Domain are the cores that the Celestial Court extracted from this formation. Amazing, truly amazing. This rank 9 formation is continuously rotating and deducing. These truthful floating ice pieces are the results. And those dead goo immortals in the 8th layer and their disappearing immortal apertures are the fuel for this formation. They are also clues for deductions. This means that the derivation goo recorded in The Legends of Rinzu and the Eternal Life research results that Limitless Demon Venerable wants to deduce are all at the center of this formation. Just as Fang Yuan thought of this, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted coldly. At the next moment, a Luck Path Killer move was activated and pierced through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dissipated like a bubble. Her true body appeared at the same time, but she was not in front of Fang Yuan. She had already entered the rank 9 formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression sank slightly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a good method. Even though this illusion disintegrated on contact, even I cannot detect its authenticity. If not for the change in my luck, I would not have been able to discover it. We need to hurry. Limitless Demon Venerable did everything he could to set up Crazed Demon Cave. He also deduced it for over 1 million years. We cannot let the Celestial Court obtain this result. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun flew out at lightning speed, arriving at the periphery of the formation. The two immortals stopped for the moment. This formation is terrifying. All the truthful floating ice pieces are formation cores. They are also the safest places. Other than that, the other places are very dangerous. If we stop at other places, we will be crushed by the formation. Fang Yuan's heart jumped slightly. This rank 9 formation's crushing force was brought about by the sacrifice of countless goo immortals and the fusion of great worlds. Even he could not endure it. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun observed for a while before jumping onto a truthful floating ice piece. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was in the lead, or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, They both chose to do this. Fang Yuan naturally followed their advice. He picked one and stepped on an elephant-sized, truthful floating ice piece. The moment he stepped on the floating ice piece, an intense feeling of guilt assaulted Fang Yuan's heart like a bandit who had invaded a peaceful village. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He quickly resisted this intense feeling. After adapting, Fang Yuan jumped onto the second, truthful floating ice piece. This time, an intense feeling of sorrow engulfed his heart. The intensity of it suddenly increased. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and adapted to it with difficulty. He looked up and saw that immortal zombie giant sun had already jumped onto the fifth truthful floating ice piece. While star constellation Immortal Venerable was still far ahead, she had already entered the middle layer of the formation. Time is limited. Fang Yuan could not help but feel anxious. He quickly jumped onto the third floating ice piece. The result of the contest in Primordial Domain was not ideal for Fang Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun might have already recovered to Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, while Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment level was still lacking. However, the opponent was the Grand Star constellation Immortal Venerable. This result was within Fang Yuan's expectations. The contest in Primordial Domain was already like this. Limitless Demon Venerable's eternal life research results could not be obtained by these two venerables. Eternal life, eternal life. Fang Yuan muttered. Eternal life was Fang Yuan's goal, an ideal. Even if he could not obtain it, he could not let it fall into someone else's hands. The deeper they went into the formation, the stronger the emotions brought by the truthful floating ice pieces. There were all kinds of emotions. Some were joy, some were sorrow, some were melancholy, and some were anger. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was in the lead all along. Her advantage in this formation was very clear. Firstly, the chess bet back then was the confrontation between Limitless Will and Star Constellation's will. Secondly, the Celestial Court had already started to infiltrate 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus, Immortal Venerable's Green Lotus Great World, was the best proof. Finally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path focused on thoughts, wills, and emotions. Dealing with emotions and even using them to fight was the specialty of Wisdom Path. With all these reasons, it was no wonder that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable avoided the battle and rushed into the formation. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped on a truthful floating ice piece and looked behind her, frowning slightly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was rushing over. He was getting closer to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Regarding this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised. The deeper they went into the formation, the more terrifying the emotions, and the greater the obstruction to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not hesitate to leave Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to participate in the deductions. During his era, he had even taken Savage Wilderness Great World, which was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. After all, after Limitless Demon Venerable was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had entered Crazed Demon Cave more than 1,000,000 years ago. Thus, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a deep understanding of this Crazed Demon Cave. And Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck path methods also helped him choose the most suitable path to advance. But why is Fang Yuan also getting closer? He is even showing signs of surpassing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. This was truly out of her expectations. The Celestial Court naturally handed all the information regarding Fang Yuan to her. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood Fang Yuan very well. She knew that even though Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment was very deep, he was most skilled not in deductions, but in defending against other people's deductions. From this point, Even though the Celestial Court had repeatedly failed in their crusade against Fang Yuan, they had also made considerable gains. At least, under the suppression of the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to give up on deductions, emotional processing, and other aspects in his wisdom path cultivation, and focus on raising his ability to defend against deductions. However, right now, star constellation Immortal Venerable was clearly benefiting from this. So why was Fang Yuan still chasing after her? Not only was star constellation Immortal Venerable surprised, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was also very shocked. His eyeballs watched as Fang Yuan rapidly jumped forward and overtook him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sensed an aura from Fang Yuan's body. Suddenly, he understood the truth. It's Fortitude Gu. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's heart jumped as he gritted his teeth. He recognized Fortitude Gu's aura. Fang Yuan had never been good at concealing his aura, but there was no need to do so now. So it's him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun finally understood. The biggest culprit behind the scenes who plotted against He Lulan in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was Fang Yuan. This scoundrel took Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. These two Strength Path Immortal Gu are both rank 8. Fortitude Gu is the best at restraining emotions. No wonder he could move so easily in this formation. Don't tell me Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is also Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's arrangement to help Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but have many thoughts. He had a bad feeling. Even though I seized Savage Wilderness Great World, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable still arranged for Fang Yuan to obtain Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu. Then was the portion of Thieving Heaven True Inheritance I extracted earlier, a bait set up by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Chapter 2211. Northern Plains. Two figures shot through the air, continuously using killer moves, creating waves of air currents and thunderous sounds. One of the male immortals cultivated light path. He was dressed in a white robe. He was tall and had a shoehorn face. His eyes were as small as beans. As for the other female immortal, she was dressed in black gold armor and wore half a mask. Her every move was domineering and domineering. Other than these two immortals, there were more than 10 Gu immortals watching the battle. Big brother, hurry up and kill this bitch. The spectating female immortal Lu Luo shouted, her eyes glued to the battlefield. Beside her were Lu tribe's Gu immortal elders. Besides them, there were also many Gu immortals from Northern Plains, Huangjin tribes, Chanyu tribes Chanyu Xiong, Gong tribes Gong Tong Kwai. The male immortal fighting was a famous rank 7 expert of Northern Plains Righteous Path, Lu Chong. The female immortal was He Lulan. He Lulan changed her name to He Yu and went around challenging experts. After defeating Qin Cheng and Yin Wu Kei, she continued to challenge lone and demonic immortals without losing a single time. Her reputation soared, and Northern Plains raised its eyebrows. Lu Chong and Lu Luo had failed to recruit Yin Wuk, and in the process, they had a conflict with He Lulan. Lu Chong publicly challenged Fairy Black Moon in order to avenge himself. Once news spread, it caused a commotion in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. That was why this battle had taken place. Immortal killer move, Light Horse Crossing Crevice. Lu Chong activated his killer move. The silhouette of a pony condensed under him and flew around in the sky. This movement killer move was very outstanding. It allowed Lu Chong to maintain a certain distance from He Lulan. Ever since Lu Chong suffered a huge loss at the hands of He Lulan, he wisely chose to attack from afar. Big brother, that's it. Let this bitch suffer behind you. And in the end, she was beaten to death for nothing. Ha ha ha. Lu Luo continued to scream and cheer for Lu Chong. Her laughter was very piercing to the ears. But at this moment, He Lulan's figure disappeared on the spot. It was an illusion. When did this happen? Lu Chang was startled. He knew that he had fallen into a trap and subconsciously tried to dodge. However, He Lolan's true body instantly appeared behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Fist shadows flew everywhere, like a torrential downpour, firmly enveloping Lu Chang. Lu Chang shouted, desperately activating defensive killer moves as he took a beating. Luo's laughter stopped abruptly. He Lolan's series of attacks were fierce and explosive. The righteous path Gu immortals watching the battle felt their eyelids twitch. All right, that was a good fight. We finally caught this cunning Lu Chang. The loose immortals and fiend immortals who were watching the battle cheered, praising endlessly. Among them, other than Chen Cheng, Wu Guang, and Inwuk, there were many others. Some of these people had been defeated by He Lulan, while others had heard of He Lolan's deeds and had taken the initiative to follow her. Lord Blackmoon has gained the upper hand. Wu Guang laughed as he sent a voice transmission, conversing privately. Don't you feel that Lord Blackmoon has become stronger than before? Come to think of it, Lady Blackmoon was constantly challenging others, and in the process, her battle prowess was rapidly increasing. Brother Wu, don't you feel it? Inwuk was slightly shocked and uncertain. Wu Guang thought about it before shaking his head, replying, Of course I noticed it. But how can there be such rapid progress in this world? I'm afraid Lady Blackmoon was hiding her strength earlier, or she had been in closed cultivation all along. As her battle experience increased, her methods became more proficient, giving off a feeling that her battle prowess is increasing rapidly. Inwuk nodded. He was about to speak when the situation changed again. Gu Immortal Lu Chang was indeed a famous expert in Northern Plains. After some effort, he finally escaped from He Lolan's attack range. He Lulan did not want to let him go. She immediately chased after him. But Lu Chang suddenly stopped. He turned around and smiled sinisterly. He Lulan, you fell for my trap. Immortal killer move, dazzling brilliance. In an instant, intense light burst out, covering the entire battlefield. The spectating Gu immortals quickly closed their eyes. He Lulan also subconsciously closed her eyes. But when she opened her eyes again, all she could see was white. After being hit by the killer move dazzling brilliance, her vision turned blank. She could no longer see anything. Oh no, Lu Chang actually learned this killer move. No wonder he was fearless, publicly challenging Lady Blackmoon. This move is Lu Tribe's signature method. Unless they use Lu Tribe's unique killer move, the Gu cultivator cannot recover from it. Many lone cultivators and demonic immortals' expressions changed. The atmosphere became heavy, because this battle was not just a simple battle between Lu Chang and He Lulan. In the current situation, this battle already had a lot of political meaning. As the rootless fairy Blackmoon, she represented the lone immortal camp. And Lu Chang naturally represented Northern Plains' righteous path. Ever since the Fate War, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had been actively integrating Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Lone immortals and demonic path experts like In Wu Kei were wantonly recruited by the Huangjin tribes, and their attitude was very firm. There was no need to mention the lone immortals who were willing, but most of the lone cultivators and demonic path Gu immortals were unwilling. But they were alone. They did not want to offend these Northern Plains righteous path forces. They were angry but did not dare to say anything. In this situation, He Lolan's appearance was like a banner for these Gu immortals. He Lulan dared to challenge everywhere. She did not fear the Huangjin tribes. This greatly encouraged these lone immortals and demonic immortals. Especially now, snowy mountain-blessed land was destroyed, and a demonic path expert like old ancestor Shui, who had gone into hiding, the lone and demonic cultivators needed a leader. Precisely because of this, He Lulan gained the initiative of Wu Guang, In Wu Kei, and the others. Many lone and demonic immortals came to watch this battle. They wanted to support He Lulan. Hey Lulan was hit by the killer move now. She could not see anything. These Gu immortals' nervousness and worry came from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Chang retreated with a smile on his face. Immortal killer move, radiance radiance. The injuries on his body started to heal slowly. Immortal killer move, clear rippling light. His surroundings shone with waves of light. It was as if countless fish scales were shining. Oh no! Chung frowned deeply. This move counters investigative methods. Yin Wu Kei and Wu Guang stopped their conversation. They looked at the battlefield nervously. Even though Gu immortals could not see, they had all sorts of investigative methods. It was just that now, after Lu Chang used this killer move, other investigative methods would not be very useful. Since she could not see anything, He Lulan closed her eyes. She was not flustered. She sighed lightly. Lu Chang, oh Lu Chang, it is a pity that you missed your final chance. Lu Chang was stunned. He scoffed. Fairy Black Moon, why are you bluffing? You have already lost. How can you break my Lu tribe's dazzling splendor killer move in this battle? It is useless no matter how much time you waste. He Lulan did not retort. She used her actions to reply. A killer move was unleashed. Immortal killer move. Dark capital strength Biao. A black tiger materialized. This move again. A solemn expression flashed past Lu Chang's eyes. It's different. Yin Wu Kei's eyes shined with bright light. That black gold giant tiger seems to have wings on its back. What? I did not see it clearly. Wu Guang quickly said. The moment the totem black tiger formed, it vanished, including Wu Guang. Many people did not see it clearly. Where did it go? Does it have a concealment ability? Lu Chang's expression changed. He quickly used investigative methods. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His face was filled with shock and fear. The black gold giant tiger suddenly appeared behind him. Whoosh! The giant tiger slapped its claws, sending Lu Chang flying like a ball. Lu Chang's ears were filled with intense winds. His vision was spinning. He was filled with shock. That attack earlier, the huge force almost destroyed his defensive killer move. It is not that the black tiger has a concealment method, but its speed. It is too fast, too fast. The black gold giant tiger's speed had already surpassed the limits of a Gu immortal's naked eye. It was like a phantom, appearing and disappearing suddenly. Every time it appeared, it would send Lu Chang flying with a claw. Lu Chang was at a complete disadvantage. He could not retaliate. If he used light colt crossing, he might be able to escape for a while. But now he was in a passive state. He had to use his defensive methods with all his strength. Otherwise, he would be smashed into meat paste by the black tiger. Rumble! The black tiger's final attack sent Lu Chang crashing into the ground. Dust and smoke rose. Lu Chang was in a deep pit. He did not move. He was unconscious. Brother! Lu Luo screamed, pointing at He Lulan. You bitch! You actually killed my brother. How dare you do this? I want you to die. I want you to die. She wanted to charge over, but was held back by the Lu tribe Gu immortal elders behind her. Right at this time, she felt a sense of joy. Lu Luo was stunned. She could not believe herself. Brother ended up like this. How can I feel happy? The other righteous path, immortals, also had slight changes in their expressions. They felt a sense of joy. Gong Tong Kwai shook his head, forcing himself to be calm as he said in a low voice, Fairy Lu, don't be anxious. Brother Lu is not dead. He is still alive. Calm down. So many people are watching. Don't throw away our Lu tribe's face. Lu tribe Gu immortal elder reprimanded before flying into the battlefield. He cupped his fists towards He Lulan. Fairy Black Moon, you won this battle. The moment he said that, Lu tribe's supreme elder almost shed tears. An intense feeling of sorrow suddenly filled his heart. He Lulan nodded. In that case, what about the bet? She did not feel good either. First, she felt an indescribable joy, followed by intense sorrow. What was going on? Lu Tribe's Gu Immortal Elder forced himself to calm down, replying to He Lulan, "It has already been sent into jewel yellow skies." Since Lu Chang lost, with so many people watching, the Lu Tribe Elder showed a calm expression, sending a huge sum of cultivation resources into jewel yellow skies. Jewel yellow skies had its own value. It also showed that Lu Tribe was upright. The immortals present used their Gu worms to communicate with jewel yellow skies. Seeing Lu Tribe's bet, that secluded domain of heaven and earth is still here. More accurately speaking, this is a portion of the primordial domain. I wonder which great expert is selling the primordial domain publicly. The Gu Immortal's attention was drawn elsewhere. Not long ago, a portion of the primordial domain suddenly appeared in jewel yellow skies. It shocked the 5 regions' Gu Immortal world. Yin Wu Kei shouted loudly. His voice drew the immortal's attention back. According to the agreement, Lu Tribe, please undo the dazzling splendor killer move on Fairy Black Moon. Of course. Lu Tribe's Gu Immortal Elder was straightforward, using his killer move to restore He Lulan's light. He Lulan nodded at the Lu Tribe Gu Immortal Elder, taking back the dark capital strength Biao that was beside Lu Chang. This totem killer move had been modified. It had become her unique method. Her battle strength had risen sharply. Chun Chung let out a breath of air as he relaxed. After this battle, Lord Black Moon's reputation will rise to a whole new level. Lu Luo helped Lu Chang up, saying hatefully, "Black Moon, don't be smug. We righteous path experts are everywhere. Even though you won against Lu Chang by luck, can you win against others? Forget about others. Just Chu Tribe's first supreme elder Chu. Du alone is not someone you can surpass." But right at this moment, an intense feeling of love flowed out of her heart. Lu Luo's expression twisted. What's going on? Why do I feel an intense feeling of love when I look at this whore, Black Moon? He Lulan did not feel good either, but her expression did not change as she sneered. Chu, I am already famous. He also cultivates strength path. I will challenge him next. The lone immortals and demonic immortals expressions changed slightly. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature, Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2212. Crazed Demon Cave. 9th layer. 4 Gu immortals arrived at the periphery of the Crazed Demon Formation. This is the truthful floating ice. Jean Budu raised his eyebrows. It seems that it will not be easy to enter this formation. Chi Si Ancestor had a solemn expression. Unlike the main body, they did not have fortitude Gu. Star Constellation is in the lead. She is closest to the center of the formation. Giant Sun Immortal is second, while Fang Yuan is at the back. Lu Wei-yin looked at the formation, feeling nervous internally. Fang Yuan did not have any advantage. He had to help him with all his strength. Demon Immortal Chi Ju stared at the formation in front of him, seemingly recalling something as he muttered, "Limitless, you." He took the lead and jumped onto a truthful floating ice. The other 3 immortals looked at each other before moving. The Legends of Renzu was not wrong. The size of the truthful floating ice was different in everyone's eyes. The emotional impact it brought was also different. This made it impossible for Gu immortals to move together. The best way to infiltrate was to move alone and choose the most suitable floating ice as a stepping stone. Fang Yuan had been activating Fortitude Gu. This Gu worm was only rank 8, while this crazed demon formation was rank 9. The deeper he went into the formation, the stronger the emotional impact Fang Yuan felt. When he first activated Fortitude Gu, he was immune to these emotional impacts. Fang Yuan could not feel them at all. But now, Fang Yuan felt like he had just stepped into the formation and was probing it. as for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. After these two saw Feng Yuan's methods, they also took out their trump cards. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun activated familial affection goo in his body to share his emotions. Meanwhile, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable mentioned a mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. This secluded domain was like a cage, but also like a lantern. Feng Yuan could not help but think of a certain record in the Legends of Renzu. The two Venerables' foundation was much deeper than Feng Yuan's. They had also made ample preparations against crazed Demon Cave. Feng Yuan thus fell to the back of the three immortals. Feng Yuan did not give up. He gritted his teeth and moved forward. No matter how bad the situation was, the impact of his emotions became more and more intense, causing his heart to tremble repeatedly. However, Feng Yuan was not worried. Instead, he was happy. This was because the emotional impact he had suffered was already so intense, and the two paragons in front of him were even more so. Feng Yuan's persistence soon bore fruit. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was at the front, moved slower and slower after stepping on a truthful floating ice piece. She had to breathe heavily for a long time before she could continue. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's speed slowed down. So did Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday gradually. The distance between the three goo immortals shortened again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable often looked back. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who was in the middle, also stopped frequently to observe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan. This was a difficult journey, and the three immortals fully experienced each other's mountain-like tenacity and endurance. After the stalemate lasted for a while, a sudden change occurred. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly coughed out blood. She held onto the truthful floating ice and collapsed. Her body began to flicker with azure starlight. The starlight quickly dimmed and actually split into three, returning to three. Could it be that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival is not complete? She can only revive temporarily? Is it really stable when three pseudo-venerables exist at the same time? Feng Yuan's heart stirred. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's heart shook. A chance. He gritted his teeth and persevered, slowly passing by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation's three manifestations remained on the truthful floating ice. They were making good use of the time and closing their eyes to meditate. When Feng Yuan overtook them, he couldn't help but hesitate. Was he going to take advantage of the situation? Feng Yuan quickly suppressed this impulse. Now that he was deep within the limitless crazed demon formation, even the slightest attack would immediately provoke limitless counterattack, and his ending would most likely be even more miserable than the previous sea of Qi clone. Moreover, if Feng Yuan fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, wouldn't he be letting Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who was at the front, benefit? Didn't they see that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun ignored the Star Constellation's three signs and went straight to the center of the formation? If we say that returning to the Supreme Grandmaster realm is to give the Venerables the initiative, then the results of limitless Demon Venerables deductions are likely to allow the Venerables to stand out in the competition. Feng Yuan was increasingly sure of this guess. It is time. Feng Yuan stopped on the truthful floating ice and forcefully endured the torment of his emotions as he activated an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, calm and collected. The killer move's effect was immediate. The intense emotions that were tormenting Feng Yuan a moment ago and almost made him lose control of his mental state had almost completely disappeared at this moment. They were barely there. Feng Yuan had a vast number of immortal goo recipes and also a vast number of killer moves. This move, calm and collected, was one of them. This move needed two cores, fix goo and suppression goo. Fang Yuan did not have fixed gu and could not refine immortal-level fixed gu, but he had fortitude gu. Previously, Fang Yuan had been working on it while modifying it, and now he could finally use this move. As for suppression gu, Fang Yuan just happened to have it. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Celestial Court. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had fought several battles with the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals in the River of Time. In one of them, Fang Yuan destroyed the river suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation and obtained Suppression Gu. Suppression Gu was rank 8, Fortitude Gu was also rank 8. The cores were all rank 8 killer moves. Their power was naturally much stronger and more effective than Fortitude Gu alone. Fang Yuan's speed increased again. However, the distance between him and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was quite far earlier. Even though Fang Yuan tried his best, he could not catch up to Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. To think that Giant Sun Immortal would be the first to reach the center of the formation. Lu Wei sighed deeply. Under the gazes of Fang Yuan, star constellations, 3 avatars, and the other pseudo-venerables, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly stopped. He stopped on a truthful floating ice, and was only 1 step away from the largest truthful floating ice at the center of the formation. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's face showed hesitation. What was he hesitating for? Taking advantage of this hesitation, Fang Yuan also caught up. Fang Yuan, there is something fishy here. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took the initiative to speak. Ever since he and Fang Yuan entered the formation together, they had been competing in the dark. The atmosphere between the two was slightly tense. This was the first time they were communicating. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with light as he carefully sized up the truthful floating ice in front of him, but he could not find any clues immediately. But he did not advance rashly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the best benchmark. Since he was so close to success, but still stopped, it showed that there was something fishy here. It is indeed fishy. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a look of realization. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was slightly startled. The reason why he stopped was because his Luck Path investigative killer move had a slight change that made him feel something was amiss, but he could not find anything. But looking at Fang Yuan's expression, could it be that he understood something crucial? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attached great importance to Fang Yuan. In his opinion, Fang Yuan was chosen by Providence. He had sufficient aptitude that ordinary people could not compare to. And in order to destroy Fate Gu, Fang Yuan received the support of many Gu Venerables. Even now, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and even Reckless Savage Demon Venerable were still supporting him. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not attach importance to Fang Yuan, he could not ignore the other Venerables. Thus, it was not strange that Fang Yuan could see the crux of the matter while he could not. I hope Fang Yuan can give me some pointers. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun continued. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was a grand venerable, but he actually took the initiative to ask him for pointers without any qualms. However, Fang Yuan did not understand what was strange about it. Thus, he turned around to look at star constellation Immortal Venerable. Those 3 fairies were still at the same spot, meditating with their eyes closed. Next, Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and said with a smile, "The Eternal Life research results cannot be taken easily, but we can share them. What price does Giant Sun Immortal want to pay?" Regardless of what was going on, he needed to extort some benefits from Giant Sun Immortal first. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shined with bright light. He was about to speak when a head popped out of the central truthful floating ice. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's attention was immediately attracted. Fang Yuan was also stunned. Next, star constellation's 3 avatars, Lu Weiyin, and the rest also discovered this phenomenon. A rank 7 Gu immortal came out of the truthful floating ice. Fang Yuan recognized this rank 7 Gu immortal. It was not immortal of crazed demon caves, 3 eccentrics. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were Wisdom Path Gu immortal secret schemer, Earth Path Gu immortal Pangshan, and Rule Path Gu immortal not immortal. These 3 resided in crazed demon cave, and had been thinking about how to open a path and enter the deepest layer of crazed demon cave to obtain the secret of eternal life. In terms of ambition, they were on the same path as Fang Yuan. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics did not have enough strength. They could not even enter the 8th layer, so they took in Strength Path Gu immortal Chu Du. Chu Du then brought in Fang Yuan, which led to Fang Yuan stepping into crazed demon cave. Later, Fang Yuan made preparations for the Fate War. He came to crazed demon cave and invited the 3 crazed demon eccentrics to participate in the Fate War. Although the 3 crazed demon eccentrics agreed, after the Fate War ended, these 3 people were nowhere to be seen. From then on, they lost contact with Fang Yuan. To think that Not Immortal would actually appear here. When Not Immortal saw immortal zombie giant son, he was stunned before showing a vigilant expression. He did not recognize immortal zombie giant son, but from his terrifying aura, he knew that this immortal zombie was not to be trifled with. Next, when Not Immortal saw Fang Yuan, he raised his eyebrows and said with boundless joy, "Fang Yuan, you are finally here." Immortal zombie giant son's heart jumped. He immediately shifted his gaze and stared at Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, you made such a deep arrangement. I am truly impressed." Fang Yuan shook his head. "How could I have arranged this?" "Not Immortal. Do you know Secret Schemer? Pangshan." Not Immortal immediately answered, "They are inside." He then showed an ashamed expression. "Originally, we 3 immortals agreed to participate in the Fate War and become enemies with the Celestial Court. But on that day, a change occurred in crazed Demon Cave, and the 3 of us were drawn here. After the guidance of limitless demon venerables, we understood the whole story. It turns out that the 3 of us had stayed here for a long time. Our sincerity was finally seen by Master Limitless Will. He arranged for us to stay here to cooperate with the formation and manipulate practice Gu to continuously sculpt this truthful floating ice. Once all the worlds in the 8th layer fuse into one and vanish, they will turn into clues and power that will be poured into this crazed demon formation. We will be able to successfully sculpt this truthful floating ice and find the method of eternal life. Chapter 22:13. The Method of Eternal Life. Immortal zombie giant son's eyes shined with brilliance. Not Immortal did not conceal it, and the immortals present were all top experts of the 5 regions. They all heard it. At once, the immortals' hearts pounded, and their spirits rose. Although Gu immortals could obtain longevity, they were restricted by lifespan, fate, and so on. Even if fate was destroyed now and lifespan restrictions were greatly reduced, they could still be killed by powerful enemies. The level of eternal life was definitely higher than longevity. In terms of longevity, the 10,000-year-old tortoise in the sea could also be considered longevity, but it was definitely not eternal life. Immortality meant that nothing could threaten one's own survival. This was complete invincibility. Be it time, space, or life, they could not threaten one's eternal life. The level of eternal life was above everything in the world. Even venerables could not only live long, they could not be called eternal life. Especially now, venerables were coexisting in the same world, threatening each other. Soon, after hearing the commotion outside, Secret Schemer came out of the truthful floating ice at the center of the crazed demon formation. Secret Schemer cultivated Wisdom Path in the end. After seeing the situation in the formation, his heart shook and he quickly informed, "The 3 of us need to maintain practice Gu at all times. One of us needs to activate it and carve this truthful floating ice." It is still early. We are still lacking a lot. The eighth layer's great world has not been destroyed yet. So many life forms are still alive. Saying so, Secret Schemer urged again. Feng Yuan, I know your ambitions, but at this moment, it is best if you don't step in here. The three of us have already used all the methods. Once we step on this truthful floating ice, we will not be able to leave, unless the deduction is completed and the formation is destroyed. He is right. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded. Ever since he stopped, he had been secretly activating his methods to investigate and deduce. He was still lacking some time, but after obtaining Secret Schemer's answer, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun verified it and immediately understood that Secret Schemer was not lying. Secret Schemer had a solemn expression. He continued with anticipation and determination. The most important thing now is to protect this formation and facilitate limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement so that this formation's deduction succeeds. Fellow Taoist Feng Yuan, you and I are fellow Taoists, so I'll have to trouble you to guard the grand formation from the outside and guard against any sneak attacks. And the three of us will risk our lives to maintain the power of practice Gu. The three of them did not know Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's true identity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had also split into three avatars. Their information seemed to have stopped before the Fate War. Feng Yuan's mind was full of thoughts. He first nodded to the Secret Schemer, then turned around to look at the three constellations behind him with a solemn expression. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed and turned to face Star Constellation's three signs, to think that we all fell for it. As soon as he said that, Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Feng Yu all opened their eyes at the same time. Starlight rose again. The three immortals met again. At the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. Rise. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said softly. The crazed demon formation immediately changed. The truthful floating ice pieces spun faster, vaguely trapping Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inside. Star Constellation's Will and Limitless Will had been playing chess in the Celestial Court, deducing the Heaven Path research results together. The Celestial Court had a deep understanding of the crazed demon formation, being able to extract the cores, Book Mountain, and Primordial Domain. How could they not know the situation of the crazed demon formation's deductions? But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this to bully Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun for not having enough information, and with the matter at hand, her main body personally moved out to lure Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun into the crazed demon formation. Be it Primordial Domain or the crazed demon formation, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Feng Yuan would not sit and watch Star Constellation Immortal Venerable plunder them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this point to put Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in a predicament. The crazed demon formation changed. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Feng Yuan quickly moved, attempting to travel back. However, the current crazed demon formation was far more dangerous than before. The truthful floating ice was even starting to collide with each other. If one was careless and fell off the floating ice, they would be crushed to pieces by the formation's terrifying power. Even jumping over the floating ice needed to be deduced continuously. They had to wait until the formless power between the floating ice was much weaker before they could take the risk. After jumping over several truthful floating ice, Feng Yuan was already in a perilous situation. He turned around and asked loudly, "Secret Schemer, can you three immortals control this formation?" Secret Schemer shook his head. "We are only responsible for activating practice Gu." Not Immortal's expression was pale. As expected of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, she actually infiltrated the formation to such an extent she can be said to be half a formation master. But even though she is activating the formation, it does not affect the deductions. Instead, it accelerates the formation's deductions. Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements will not activate at all. Secret Schemer shouted again. You two must not destroy these truthful floating ice. These are all a part of the formation. They are related to the final success or failure of the deductions. If you two make a move, you will definitely trigger limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. These words made immortal zombie giant son's expression turn unsightly. Why don't you two rest for a while? We will spar again later. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled and left after saying this. Lu Wei-yin and the other pseudo-venerables felt like they were facing a great enemy. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable ignored them. She flew out of the formation and quickly vanished into the void. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the #1 expert in Wisdom Path. Right now, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not leave for the time being, while pseudo-venerables like Qi Si and Qi Ju could not resist Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even if they returned to the 8th layer. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had infiltrated the crazed demon formation to such an astonishing degree. Once she unified the great world of the 8th layer and obtained all the energy and clues needed for the crazed demon formation's deductions, her control over the crazed demon formation was bound to rise sharply. There was even a possibility that this crazed demon formation would change owners. When fighting against a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, one could easily fall into a trap if they were not careful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme was like this. She advanced layer by layer and linked them together, targeting the weakness of the enemy's information. Even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would fall into her trap obediently. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression was solemn as he looked at Fang Yuan. The situation is dangerous. I wonder if Fang Yuan has a good plan? Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing with a cold expression. In this trip to Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Court won. They had prepared here for too long and expended too much energy, and with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leading the group of immortals, it is natural for them to win. It seems that for a long time, the world of the 5 regions will still be led by the Celestial Court. But as long as I am alive, I will not let the Celestial Court have peace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stared at Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not look at him. He continued to deduce the violent formation in front of him, looking like he was about to retreat. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gritted his teeth and laughed heartily, waving his hand. Fang Yuan, it is too early to be discouraged. Watch my method. At the next moment, golden light flowed and spread out from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's body. Golden light shone on the surrounding truthful floating ice. The golden color continuously seeped into the floating ice. At the same time, a Grand Rank 8 Immortal Goo House flew in from outside the formation. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. The Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace paused outside the formation for a while before plunging into it without hesitation. Lu Wei-yin and the rest could not help but gasp, almost thinking that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was going to forcefully break through. But at the next moment, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace entered unscathed, flying along with the rest of the truthful floating ice. It was like it was a truthful floating ice to begin with, just that its appearance was a little strange. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, your method is amazing. Fang Yuan saw this and could not help but praise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted coldly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable can infiltrate the formation. My luck path method is also not bad. But this way, before the formation stops, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace will not be able to retreat. Let's go. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace participated in the Crazed Demon Formation's operation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could also influence this formation. He learned from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, helping the formation while also making it easier for him to retreat. Using this, he and Fang Yuan retreated together. As for Lu Wei-yin, Qi Si, and the rest, They were also brought back to Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer by Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. After such a delay, the smoke in the 8th layer was almost completely extinguished. Celestial Court achieved a great victory. Only half of the 8 extremities of longevity heaven remained, while Bing Sichuan was heavily injured. Feng Yuan's subordinates suffered even more severe casualties. Experts like Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had all died. Star Constellation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted in anger as he charged forward. This time, he was much more proactive than in Primordial Domain. Feng Yuan followed, closely behind. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stayed on the spot, not evading. The other immortals evaded in panic. Boom, boom, boom. A three-way battle erupted again. Chapter 22:14. Rumble, thunder rumbled endlessly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun breathed out countless rays of golden light. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shot out dazzling starlight. Feng Yuan used all sorts of killer moves in the battlefield. The whole world shook like a huge biscuit. Mountains and rivers were constantly being destroyed. In such a battlefield, the 3 great worlds were like ingredients on a chopping board. Feng Yuan was expressionless. He blew out a breath of air. Countless sword chi flew out like clouds, blocking the starlight. Next, he pushed his hand forward. Another killer move flew out like a dragon tiger divine wind. Between offense and defense, Feng Yuan's hands and feet were tied. He had too many down marks on him. His killer moves were also too strong. He could only use some of his weakest methods. In fact, even though the 3 were fighting intensely, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were also tied up like Feng Yuan. This was not Primordial Domain. They could display their strength in Primordial Domain, but this was the 8th layer's great world after all. The Crazed Demon Formation still needed the great world as a clue and fuel, and if they destroyed this place, they would definitely suffer limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. But it doesn't matter, I just need to restrain Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan was happy to accept this situation. Earlier, he and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were delayed in the Crazed Demon Formation, causing the Celestial Court in the Great World to obtain a huge victory. Now that they returned, the entire situation changed again. Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun worked together to resist Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, while Zhan Budu and the rest counterattacked. Air currents surged, Demon Immortal Chi Ju rampaged in the battlefield. The incomplete Shi Land silhouette above his head faced the combination of 7 fiendish Primeval Monarch and Shabi 95 again. Shabi 95 roared at the sky, turning around to fight. Immortal Killer Move, Shi. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had already prepared enough. He used his strongest method. Shabi 95's Chi Path Killer Move was directly devoured by Shi Land, boosting Demon Immortal Chi Ju's foundation. Shabi 95 retreated in panic. If not for Shi Land being incomplete, even Shabi 95 would have lost a portion of its body and been devoured by Shi Land. Senior, let me lend you a hand. At the crucial moment, a tombstone-like Immortal Gu House attacked. It was Guyue Fangzheng, controlling the Demon Judgment Board. Immortal Killer Move, Blood-Drawing Divine Light. A crimson blood-light pillar pierced through heaven and earth, shooting towards Demon Immortal Chi Ju. If not for my Shi Land being damaged and only having 30% left. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's figure drifted away, dodging this grand attack. Right at this time, a Chi wall suddenly appeared, almost connecting heaven and earth, suppressing the several Gu immortals of Celestial Court. It was Chi Si Ancestor. There was also a shadow of a secret realm of heaven and earth above his head. It was Hu Land. With Hu Land as the core, he unleashed all sorts of Chi Path killer moves with unparalleled power. Qi Wall Killer Move was originally limited to defense, but Qi Sea Ancestor used it in the opposite direction. He used it to trap the enemy. Such power. Even demon Immortal Qi Ju could not help but be surprised. He took a few glances at Hu Land and evaluated inwardly. It is indeed worthy of being a secret realm of heaven and earth that is on par with Xi Land. It is just that Xi Land is good at absorbing and absorbing, while Hu Land is good at spitting and injecting. If the two are gathered, they will complement each other and form a perfect cycle. Bam, bam, bam. On the other side, Jean Budu was wearing a blood-red cloak. He flew like a bolt of red lightning. Everywhere he went, the Gu immortals of Celestial Court were beaten up badly. Qing Chou was already killed by Qi Si ancestors who elevation killer move. Even if it revived, it would need to recuperate in Divine Emperor City for a long time. It would not be able to participate in the battlefield for the time being. Without Qing Chou, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not use her full strength. The thick-skinned Jean Budu became a huge problem for the Celestial Court again. Jean Budu tore through the air, approaching Duke Mei. Duke Mei, be careful! Duke Tong rushed over from afar, shouting in shock. Duke Mei was furious. Junior, don't be arrogant. He used his strongest method. His eyebrows and hair fluttered, instantly growing by tens of feet. His hair was like snow. It could be used or defended. It was tough at times and soft at others. It connected skillfully, trapping Jean Budu, who was charging over. Jean Budu felt very uncomfortable. His brute strength was completely diverted and dissipated. It was very stifling. He immediately opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. Yellow lightning burst forth from his roar and destroyed the countless hairs around him as if they were dried-up twigs. One of the components of incomplete freedom transformation was Lightning Rush Yellow Bird transformation. This move had the ability to shoot out yellow lightning. When Jean Budu used it now, its power increased by several times. Jean Budu broke through the obstruction and arrived in front of Duke Mei, directly punching. Duke Mei's killer move was broken. The backlash caused him to reveal a flaw. He was too slow in dodging, and his brain matter splattered. His head fell to the ground like a watermelon bursting apart. Duke Mei died, but his phantom aperture contained all kinds of goo worms, immortal essence, and immortal yuan stone, and was thrown into the immortal graveyard. Jean Budu tried his best to grab it. The phantom aperture flew away through his palm. Duke Tong saw Duke Mei die in front of him and flew into a rage, shouting madly, "Demon, hand over your life." The muscles all over his body were bulging, shining with a brass luster. Fist shadows flew everywhere, each punch piercing the air, emitting a sharp, whistling sound with a terrifying momentum. Jean Budu laughed sinisterly. Good timing. He charged forward without dodging, engaging in close combat with Duke Tong. Bam, bam, bam. Fists and kicks collided. Jean Budu attacked without defending. Duke Tong's fists landed on his body. The pain caused made Jean Budu attack even more violently. Soon, Duke Tong could not hold on any longer and fell into a disadvantage. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals rushed over to reinforce him, using killer moves to attack Jean Budu. Jean Budu's movements immediately slowed down. For a moment, he was hit by lightning, golden spears, water attacks, and so on. His body shook slightly, but he forcefully endured them, grabbing Duke Tong's arm. "You can't escape." Jean Budu laughed sinisterly, exerting strength to snap. With a crack, Duke Tong's muscular arm was completely broken by Jean Budu. Duke Tong roared in pain. His legs were like whips, or like a raging dragon flipping over the river, causing leg shadows to fill the sky, almost submerging Jean Budu. Jean Budu's eyes shone with an ominous light. His fists punched towards Duke Tong's chest. The two immortals desperately attacked each other, flesh and blood splattered. The scene was tragic. Duke Tong kicked Jean Budu's shoulders until they caved in. His neck and face turned purple. Meanwhile, His sternum was smashed by Jean Boudou. His heart that could not be protected was also smashed by Jean Boudou's fists. Duke Tong's heart was destroyed, but he still continued to roar and attack. Jean Boudou laughed sinisterly, his arms stretched out like a bear, grabbing Duke Tong's head. Jean Boudou pressed down fiercely, his thumb first digging into Duke Tong's eye sockets, squeezing his eyeballs until they burst. Next, with a crack, Duke Tong's entire skull was smashed. Finally, Jean Boudou's fingers tightened, squeezing Duke Tong's brain matter, facial features, and crushed bones in his fists. Only then did Duke Tong stop his attacks. His body fell, but his phantom aperture flew away. With the immortal goo, Jean Boudou's gaze was fierce. As the phantom aperture flew out, his gaze naturally landed on the immortal graveyard. Just as he was about to charge towards the immortal graveyard, an immortal goo house flew over and blocked his path. Divine Emperor's City. Only then did Jean Boudou reveal a serious expression. He restrained his berserk and fearless attacks slightly. After all, Divine Emperor's City had the divine might of painting path. It was hard for Jean Boudou to defend against it. If he was careless, he would be captured and sealed in the painting world by Divine Emperor's City. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable resisted the joint attacks of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and Feng Yuan while looking at the whole battlefield with a trace of worry on her face. Celestial Court was still at a disadvantage in numbers. Facing either Feng Yuan or Longevity Heaven alone, Celestial Court still had the advantage. But once the two sides joined hands, Celestial Court would be at a disadvantage. Especially now that she was being restrained, Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. It was retreating under the frenzied attacks of Jean Boudou and the rest. Immortal Killer Move, Humble Reciprocation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stretched out her left palm. A small silhouette of Book Mountain appeared above her palm. At the next moment, hundreds and thousands of killer moves bloomed like fireworks, pouring out like a multicolored tide. These killer moves had their own guidance, targeting their respective owners. Demon Immortal Chi Ju, Chi Si Ancestor, and even Jean Boudou were taken care of. They had no choice but to divert their attention to defend. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's vision was also filled with golden light. He was also targeted by Humble Reciprocation. Needless to say, this move was really suitable for the current situation. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have methods similar to Huang, but once she used it, it would trigger limitless retaliation. Meanwhile, Humble Reciprocation only returned the methods of other Gu Immortals. The intensity of each move was not high. It did not exceed limitless standard. At the same time, these killer moves could be traced back to the original owners. They would not affect the three great worlds. The original owners would divert their attention to defend, greatly stabilizing Celestial Court's situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable held Book Mountain as she pointed with her fingers. Stardust flew out towards Feng Yuan. She needed to act alone to restrain Feng Yuan, because the killer moves that Feng Yuan used, Humble Reciprocation, could not be returned. These killer moves were compound killer moves. Only Feng Yuan's sovereign physique could use them. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to focus on dealing with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly used compound killer move Windfire Lightning Wheel. This move was modified from Windfire Will Killer move. It added the profundities of Light Path and Lightning Path. 5 rings immediately revolved around Feng Yuan's body. They spun around and brought him away. Feng Yuan had already investigated secretly. He found that the aura in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard was getting stronger. There was something fishy about it. Moreover, Book Mountain had already been taken into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture. Only the immortal graveyard was left outside. This was an important area of Celestial Court. Humble Reciprocation involved the mind and expended a lot of thoughts. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a lot of burden. Fang Yuan avoided the battle and gave up on her to attack the immortal graveyard. This made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understand how she felt when she avoided the battle with Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly moved to block Fang Yuan, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw this. Even without any prior communication, he acted decisively and obstructed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for the moment. Fang Yuan's main body took the lead and charged into the immortal graveyard. Oh no, the demon Fang Yuan is here. He discovered the immortal graveyard's secret after all. That's good. I don't have to hold my breath here. Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the rest appeared one after another. They moved forward to block Fang Yuan with furious and resolute expressions. They actually revived. Pull upload next chapters. Chapter 22:15. Immortal Killer Move, Year Beast Summoning. Fang Yuan waved his hand as dozens of immemorial year beasts appeared behind him. In order to complete the 12 zodiac battle formation, he had fished up immemorial year beasts and finally managed to gather an entire set. As for these, they were all leftovers. The immemorial year beasts roared as they tore through the sky and attacked the immortal graveyard. Duke Mei and Duke Tong were still standing side by side, blocking the path of Fang Yuan's main body. At the same time, many Gu immortals rose up from the immortal graveyard again. They were the people who died in the battle earlier. The Gu immortals took action, completely blocking the immemorial year beast's attacks. Fang Yuan saw this and realized, it seems that the Gu immortals revived in the immortal graveyard have complete cultivation level and Dao marks. As for Gu worms, when they die, their phantom apertures fly back to the immortal graveyard with Gu worms. They do not lack them. Celestial Court's method of reviving Gu immortals was very advanced and flawless. Thankfully, Fang Yuan found out about this ambush in time. Lu Wei-yin felt very fortunate. If he had been kept in the dark by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, when the battle reached a stalemate, these Gu immortals would definitely attack Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side and catch them unprepared. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's side, internally. The reason why she hid these Gu immortals and did not let them join the battle immediately, other than to ambush them, was to preserve the strength of Celestial Court. The trip to Crazed Demon Cave was not a battle to the death between the three sides. It was a competition to obtain the deduction results of the Crazed Demon Formation. In this aspect, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to rely on herself. People like Fang Zheng and Che Wei did not have the qualifications to participate in this competition. Moreover, Celestial Court was weak and had few members. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained the Crazed Demon Formation's results and entered Celestial Court in the future, she would need manpower to control Central Continent. She could not be a lone general. But now, Fang Yuan found out about these people. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew. Fang Yuan was a cunning and cruel demon. He had no pride at all. Once he found out about this weakness of Celestial Court, he would definitely attack it with all his might. For someone like the reckless, savage Archdevil Ancestor, it was beneath him to make a move against someone weaker than him. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered countless living beings, he treated everyone equally from start to finish. He killed the weak and killed the strong. Killing was his second nature. There was insanity in his bones. On the other hand, Fang Yuan specialized in bullying the weak. The weak loved to bully others, and when they met someone stronger than them, they would hide. Before the Fate War, the Celestial Court had repeatedly investigated him. So he hid himself and developed Wisdom Path methods to defend against Wisdom Path deductions. Stardust flew. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to move and reinforce Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally tried to stop them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Illusion Killer Move again. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun wanted to find out the truth, he would need some time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thus succeeded in returning to the immortal graveyard. However, in just a short while, Duke Mei and Duke Tong once again lost their lives in the hands of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan tried to take their phantom apertures, but he still did not succeed. If we don't destroy the immortal graveyard, these Gu immortals will revive and recover their cultivation level. It will be a huge problem. Lu Wei-yin also rushed over. Following star constellation Immortal Venerable's actions, the other celestial court Gu immortals also returned to the immortal graveyard. The occupation turned into a battle of offense and defense again. Celestial court was still the defending side, but this time they were no longer defending Book Mountain. They were fighting fiercely around the immortal graveyard. Humph! After killing these Gu immortals and destroying the immortal graveyard, Celestial Court will only have star constellation Immortal Venerable left. Ha! Jean Budu laughed wildly, his killing intent surging. However, Celestial Court seemed to have expected this situation. Celestial Court's immortal graveyard had been greatly modified. Celestial Court's Gu immortals flew down and acted as the formation cores, quickly forming an immortal formation. The immortal formation created a dense fog that quickly spread over the whole battlefield. Gu immortals felt like they were falling into the clouds. They could not even see their own fingers. They could not even differentiate directions. Not just that, all sorts of Gu immortal figures appeared in the immortal graveyard. Jean Budu and the rest fought against them. These Gu immortals had the same battle strength as their main bodies, but after being killed, they only disintegrated into lumps of fog. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun deduced for a while before saying, "This is a painting path formation, but it also has human path methods in it. This formation uses Divine Emperor City as the core, Celestial Quartz Gu immortals as the formation cores, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as the main formation core. It will be extremely difficult for us to break this formation. Does Fang Yuan have a good plan?" Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression cold. Once they entered a deadlock, it would be very disadvantageous to him. Because Celestial Court had a deep understanding of the crazed demon formation, they had a huge lead. Once Celestial Court succeeded in delaying the formation, when the time was up, the three great worlds would disintegrate and turn into resources to fuel the crazed demon formation, allowing the eternal life results to be successfully deduced. By then, Celestial Court's chances of snatching the results would greatly surpass Fang Yuan, and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday Celestial Court could not match the combined forces of Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in a frontal battle. But under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wise and decisive leadership, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were forced into a passive state. Fang Yuan knew the severity of this matter. He immediately replied, "I have some understanding of human path methods, but I have no understanding of painting path. Giant Sun is proficient in painting path. We need to work together to have a chance of breaking this formation." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded slightly. He had the intention to work together. Immediately, the two immortals stopped fighting. They only let Lu Wei-yin, Jean Budu, Bing Saichuan, and the rest try to attack the formation, providing them with all sorts of clues and verifying their guesses. 15 minutes later, Qi Si, Qi Ju, and the rest were unable to break the formation. They were instead heavily injured. Celestial Court's formation did not budge. Fang Yuan took action. The human sea in the sovereign immortal aperture surged endlessly, causing the clouds and mist in the outside world to also surge. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun acted according to the situation, shooting out rays of golden light. The golden light spread out like ripples, quickly sweeping through the entire formation. Wherever the golden light went, the clouds and mist quickly dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the immortal graveyard. The two allied forces saw this and cheered. But good times did not last long. The golden light quickly dissipated and the clouds and mist revived almost instantly, blocking the immortals' vision. Jean Boudou and the rest tried to charge the formation, but failed. They could not find the formation core. Immortal zombie giant Sun was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. This formation should have been broken, but the main formation user is star constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually used wisdom path methods to stabilize this formation. Goo immortals were the foundation of killer moves. The main body of any method was still the person. Under star constellation Immortal Venerable's control, this celestial court formation was forcibly stabilized, firmly blocking immortal zombie giant Sun and Fang Yuan's forces. Fang Yuan shook his head slowly. It seems that we cannot break this formation in a short period of time. Immortal zombie giant Sun did not speak, silently agreeing with this judgment. His and Fang Yuan's attack earlier was already their strongest method. Since they could not break this formation, they could forget about it for half a month. According to the current rate of the Great World's destruction, as well as the crazed demon formation that was greatly enhanced by star constellation Immortal Venerable, half a month was definitely enough time to deduce the final result. Immortal zombie giant Sun's expression returned to normal, asking loudly, "Good formation. May I ask star constellation Immortal Venerable, what is this formation called?" Star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice came from the clouds and mist. This formation is called White Cloud City Suppression. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is not complete. Up until now, Celestial Court's exploration of human path has allowed it to be completed by a fluke. Right at this time, Fang Yuan attacked again, causing the formation to rumble. Fang Yuan continued, "Giant Sun, even if we cannot break this formation, we need to weaken star constellation Immortal Venerable for the future." That is right. Immortal zombie giant Sun felt that this was reasonable. He immediately shot out golden light that spread throughout the formation. Wherever the golden light went, everything became clear. The clouds and mist dissipated. However, star constellation Immortal Venerable still stabilized the formation. Soon, white clouds and mist shrouded the area again. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attacked again and again, while star constellation Immortal Venerable stabilized the formation again and again. Both sides were helpless, but neither wanted to stop. Just as they were in a deadlock, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression suddenly changed. He sensed some changes in luck. After dozens of rounds, Divine Emperor City suddenly shook. An immortal flew out of the painting world. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used this chance to shoot out golden light. At once, countless golden light rays created countless ripples. Divine Emperor City shook. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was caught off guard. She could not stabilize the formation, causing it to break. Many Celestial Court Goo immortals who were acting as formation cores spurted out blood. They were all heavily injured. Jean Boudou took the lead and charged into the depths of the immortal graveyard, shouting at the Goo immortal who broke out of the painting world. "Shenshang, quickly join hands with us to attack Celestial Court." This crucial person who broke the formation was Eastern Sea's pseudo-venerable, who cultivated human path, Shenshang. Shenshang's body and mind shook. He did not hesitate and immediately joined with Fang Yuan and the rest, charging towards Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. She waved her sleeves and gathered all the Celestial Court Goo immortals and immortal Goo houses, entering the depths of the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally would not let them go. They chased after them and saw a secluded domain of heaven and earth in the depths of the immortal graveyard. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was a huge pitch-black door that emitted a deep, deathly, terrifying, and imposing aura. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, door of life and death. Star constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death first, but Fang Yuan and the rest could not help but slow down. It was not easy to enter the door of life and death. The legends of Renzu had detailed records. Renzu had once asked Wisdom Gu for guidance. Wisdom Gu told Renzu that the path to enter and exit the door of life and death was called Fate Path. Living people had to enter the door from the death path. If they wanted to leave, they had to take the life path. The death path was filled with Wurigu, while the life path was filled with Danghun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. And in the door of life and death, there was a pacifying Soul Lake, Fairness Gu, and so on. Not just these, Fang Yuan's information clearly showed that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's true body and Renzu's eldest son, Verdant Great Sun Soul, were still in the door of life and death. Now, there was also Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable, and the Immortals of Celestial Court. The door of life and death was a dangerous place. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death without hesitation. This was almost impossible. Chapter 22:16. Looking at the door of life and death in front of him, Fang Yuan instantly recalled the result of his luck inspection. The black cloud that represented Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was corroded by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's nebula. Let's take another look. Fang Yuan willed as he controlled Cooking Luck Pot. His silver light pillar shrunk even more. The dust at the base of the silver pillar became denser, while the three clouds at the top, the nebula and the black cloud, had almost fused into one. Giant Sun Immortal's golden cloud was still suppressed at the bottom. The nebula and black cloud were even larger. They were already at the top. They were starting to corrode Fang Yuan's silver light pillar. This change was clearly not good. Celestial Court has made the most preparations in Crazed Demon Cave. It seems that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable have joined hands. According to the current trend, Celestial Court has too much of a lead. The final victor is likely to be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Earlier, there was the external factor of thieving heaven's true inheritance that influenced the silver light pillar. But now that Fang Yuan was in luck inspection, he found that there were no external factors. In fact, at his level, external factors that could influence him and influence this battle in Crazed Demon Cave were very rare. Only things like thieving heaven's true inheritance had the ability to influence him. It seems that I need to rely on myself to get out of this situation. Even though the result of luck inspection was not good, Fang Yuan still activated his method resolutely. A rainbow light of mixed colors shot out of his body. It was thumb-sized. The rainbow light first connected to the Qi-Si clone, giving the Qi-Si clone a multicolored radiance that enveloped his entire body. Next, the rainbow light came out and connected to Zhan Budu. This defensive move of mine can be used to pass the door of life and death. Fang Yuan said to Lu Weiyin, Shun Shang, and Demon Immortal Qi-Ju. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju smiled lightly. I have my own methods. Shun Shang and Lu Weiyin accepted this move. Thus, the rainbow light connected them as well. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stored Calamity Luck Altar in his immortal aperture. His body was covered in a golden barrier as he stared at the top of Fang Yuan's head. Ordinary Gu Immortals could not see the concealed Cooking Luck Pot, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the creator. He naturally sensed it. Cooking Luck Pot's powerful aura shocked Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. But thinking of this battle in Crazed Demon Cave and the refinement path achievements that Fang Yuan displayed, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was not surprised. Both sides activated their techniques and rushed towards the Gate of Life and Death. They successfully entered the Gate of Life and Death without encountering any twists and turns. The inside of the Gate of Life and Death was dark and vast. When Fang Yuan and the others entered, it was as if countless torches were suddenly ignited in the dark night. In an instant, Countless soul beasts were alarmed, and they let out roars and roars. The soul beasts began to attack crazily, and Fang Yuan and the others defended against them. So many soul beasts. Xinshang was stunned. This is the place where soul beasts gather the most in the world. How could there only be 100 million soul beasts here? It is simply uncountable, Lu Weiyin said as he activated his killer move, forming mud walls. There are too many soul path Dao marks here. My killer move's effect is less than 50% of its original effect. Demon Immortal Qi Ju tried several killer moves, his expression turning slightly pale. There were big and small soul beasts. They had varying foundations. There were countless ordinary soul beasts, as well as countless desolate-level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and even immemorial soul beasts. The soul beasts were like a pitch-black tsunami. They charged towards Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie giant sun, without any fear of death, attempting to drown these Gu immortals. Where is star constellation Immortal Venerable? Qi Si Ancestor asked. In this situation, if star constellation Immortal Venerable keeps hiding, how will we find her? Zhan Budu frowned. Immortal zombie giant sun, and Fang Yuan did not make a move. They used their methods to investigate, trying to find traces of star constellation Immortal Venerable. But soon, both of them gave up. They failed. In that case, Immortal zombie giant sun snorted coldly. Golden light burst out from his body. In an instant, in the dark door of life and death, it was as if a sun had risen. The sun rose high, illuminating everything within 10,000 li. The light was extremely dazzling. Wherever the light touched, countless soul beasts disintegrated. They could not even make a sound. The immortals were shocked. Don't tell me this person is. Xinshang stared, finally realizing immortal zombie giant sun's identity. The power of this move was definitely higher than Qi Si Ancestor's, Hu Elevation. Fang Yuan could not help but look. His pupils shrunk. Since the start of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, this was the first time he had seen a mortal zombie giant sun act like this. In Fang Yuan's hands, Luck Path was mostly used as a support, but under immortal zombie giant sun's control, it displayed an incredible offensive power. Golden light spread. Wherever it went, even immemorial soul beasts could not resist it. Countless were slaughtered in an instant. The battle result was shocking. The battlefield of several thousand li was completely cleared. A lake appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The lake water was calm. Even under the golden light, it was as calm as a mirror. Pacifying Soul Lake. And beside Pacifying Soul Lake, there was a mountain range. The mountain range was grand and majestic, connecting heaven and earth, extending beyond the immortal's vision. Since when was there a mountain? There were no such records in the Legends of Renzu. This mountain is pitch black and filled with demonic energy. It is very strange. Could it be that star constellation Immortal Venerable is on this mountain? Or is this pitch-black mountain the arrangement of the celestial court? The pseudo-venerables discussed. Right at this time, immortal zombie giant sun suddenly spoke. I found her. Fang Yuan's gaze also looked over. Following his gaze, the immortals found star constellation Immortal Venerable. She stood at the peak of the mountain. Starlight flickered around her. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind, making her look like a peerless beauty. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked down at the immortals with a smile. The enemy is here, spectral soul demon Venerable. It is time for you to wake up. Although her voice was calm, it spread rapidly, reverberating in this unique world like the echo of an empty valley. At the next moment, the pitch-black mountain range that spanned between heaven and earth shook. A voice came out. Who is disturbing my sleep? Next, the mountain range shook even more intensely. Mountains crumbled, and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth shook. Two blood-red suns suddenly appeared, each of them larger than immortal zombie giant sun's attack earlier. These were Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. The majestic mountain range in front of the immortals was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Enemy? Who are you? Kill you! Spectral Soul Demon Venerable let out a low growl. The sound waves surged and created a huge whirlwind. His condition was not right. He could not recognize immortal zombie giant son and Fang Yuan. It was as if he had lost his memories. Bam, 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 bam. Arms extended out of the mountain range one after another. In an instant, it was as if tens of millions of huge trees had grown, forming a terrifying forest of giant arms. Rumble, with a loud explosion, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body sat cross-legged instead of lying down. Even though he was sitting cross-legged, his shoulders still towered into the clouds. The immortals could not even see his head when they raised their heads. They could only barely see half of his chest. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was too huge. Compared to him, Fang Yuan and the other immortals were like ants beside an adult. Lu Wei-yin, Demon Immortal Qi-ju, and the rest paled in shock. They sensed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was not just huge. The aura emanating from his body almost suffocated the immortals. The soul path Dao marks on his body were too dense and of an enormous scale. Even the current Fang Yuan could not compare to them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his eyes. Two blood-red suns shone fiercely in the black clouds. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his mouth and breathed out. At the next moment, black soul fog accompanied by intense winds swept out and engulfed the entire battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Winds howled in their ears. The pseudo-venerable's expressions changed. The black soul wind was extremely terrifying. Their bodies shook intensely. They were almost blown away. The soul wind not only targeted their bodies, it also targeted their souls. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan shouted. The mixed rainbow light on his body shone brightly, helping these pseudo-venerables to stabilize their souls and resist the soul wind. Fang Yuan, Demon Immortal Qi-ju, could not resist it. He quickly called for help. Fang Yuan immediately used the mixed rainbow light to connect with him, helping him resist the wind calamity. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable saw that no one was blown away by him. He growled in anger. He raised a giant arm and slammed it down. The palm was so huge that it covered heaven and earth. It carried the sound of wind and thunder. It was ferocious and powerful, giving off a feeling that it could not be blocked or dodged. The giant palm targeted Demon Immortal Qi-ju. Among all the pseudo-venerables, his aura was the weakest. After all, he had been sealed in Divine Emperor City. For a long time, many of his Dao marks had been extracted. Demon Immortal Qi-ju wanted to dodge, but the giant palm had the intimidation ability. He could not move. He could only defend on the spot. Boom! The ground shook. The immortals dodged. Only Demon Immortal Qi-ju was left. The latter used many defensive killer moves, but like an ant trying to shake a tree, he was instantly slammed into the ground by the giant palm. Demon Immortal Qi-ju's aura fell to rock bottom. Spectral Soul's giant palm stretched out to its limit. It did not move after slamming into the ground. The palm that was like a mountain root, the arm that was like a heavenly pillar, emitted a strange aura. Spectral Soul can suppress a pseudo-venerable with one arm? Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun revealed a shocked expression. He shouted, "Quickly save him! Spectral Soul is quickly sealing Qi-ju." Even without his reminder, Jean Budu had already arrived with a roar. He was like a meteor that crashed into Spectral Soul's arm, penetrating it from the front to the back. Jean Budu laughed heartily. He was about to turn around and fight again when another arm slammed down at lightning speed. Boom! With another loud sound, Jean Budu was also slammed into the ground by the giant palm. His aura plummeted. Such a giant, but it still has such speed. Terrifying. Quickly save them, it will be too late. Qi ancestor, Lu Weiyin, and the rest quickly took action. The two heavenly pillar-like giant arms were attacked and started to crumble. Right at this time, dozens of giant arms descended from the sky. Immortal killer move, Tenli time gale. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He raised his arms and pushed with his palms. Immediately, boundless winds surged and blocked these dozens of giant arms. This move contained the profundities of time path, rule path, and wind path. When Fang Yuan's fingers formed into claws, he could imprison a strong enemy and lock down the target's time. But now, Fang Yuan raised his hands with his palms facing up. His fingers were clawing with all his strength, but they were shaking and could not be locked down. He could only make these dozens of giant arms descend slowly. He could not completely stop their time. Good job! Immortal zombie giant Sun praised. His body turned illusory, turning into a golden rain of light. Chapter 22:17. Immortal killer move, golden top ox hair. The golden light rain expanded rapidly. It was dazzling and soon spread out, covering dozens of giant arms. The golden light rain fluttered down. The raindrops were as fine as ox hair as they seeped into the pitch-black giant arms. The giant arm trembled, and streams of golden veins were produced continuously. Then they meandered upwards in the giant arm, and wherever they went, they interweaved into a fine golden net. When the golden net covered most of the giant arms shook intensely. Fang Yuan's pressure fell sharply. The giant arms were unable to move under the penetration of the golden net. This golden top ox hair killer move clearly had the effect of restraining powerful enemies. It was just that it was different from Fang Yuan's Tenli time wind. It was more focused on infiltrating the target's body and controlling the movement of the target's body. When the golden net spread and completely covered the giant arms, these dozens of giant arms were immediately used by immortal zombie giant Sun to attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. In an instant, 1,000 giant arms fell down and tore these dozens of giant arms into pieces. The golden net lost its target and turned back into a golden light rain. Within the golden light rain, immortal zombie giant Sun's figure gradually appeared. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable shouted. His voice was like thunder. The whole door of life and death shook intensely. A gray tornado formed and swept towards Fang Yuan and the rest. The gray tornado did not have attraction force. It had a huge repelling force instead. The wind blades rotated and cut souls. They were even sharper than the wind in Luopa Valley. Immortal zombie giant Sun, Fang Yuan, and the rest quickly retreated. Soul beasts charged over from 100 li away. They were swept by the wind blades and died one after another. After these soul beasts died, everything was absorbed by the gray tornado and turned into gray soul lightning. Lu Weiyin was hit by the gray soul lightning. The soul lightning exploded. Lu Weiyin's soul was heavily injured, and he felt dizzy. His defense was outstanding, but he was already in such a situation. The other Gu immortals like Qi Ju and Shen Shang were even worse off. If not for Fang Yuan's help, their souls would have dissipated. There were too many soul paths in the door of life and death. They had accumulated to an unimaginable level. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable awakened, these pseudo-venerables were suppressed to only 50%. Now that he had awakened, the pseudo-immortal venerables were suppressed to 20%, while Fang Yuan and immortal zombie giant Sun only had 50% of their strength left. What's going on? Spectral Soul has also reached Supreme Great Grandmaster level. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his physical body, he has already modified himself into a soul beast body. He has almost fused with the gate of life and death. Using the environment here, his killer moves are amplified by several times. He can easily suppress us. This is the might of a Tao master. What should I do? The immortals could not help but hesitate. Spectral soul demon venerables' main body's battle strength surpassed many people's expectations. Another key point was that there were too many soul path Tao marks in the door of life and death. When Fate Gu was complete, every dead life form's soul would return to the door of life and death. When Fate Gu is damaged, most of the living beings' souls would return here. After countless years of accumulation, countless souls were stored and melted here, finally forming the current gate of life and death. It could be said that among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, the gate of life and death contained the most Tao marks. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie giant sun, worked together to destroy the gray tornado and detonate thousands of gray soul lightning bolts. Spectral soul demon Venerable bent his body slightly and attacked with thousands of giant arms. The attack was like the sky was collapsing. It was suffocating. Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie giant sun, started to use their full strength. The giant arms were destroyed one after another. The fragments fell to the ground and immediately turned into soul beasts that attacked again. Lu Weiyin and the other pseudo-venerables were in charge of killing these soul beasts. After the soul beasts died, the fragments would fuse together and be reborn. Moreover, these reborn soul beasts were getting stronger with each generation. They possessed innate talents and instincts that countered the abilities of Lu Weiyin and the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan, immortal zombie giant sun, and the other Gu immortals were suppressed. At every moment, countless soul beasts and countless giant arms attacked them. They were exhausted from dealing with them. At this moment, Soul Path fully displayed the advantage of using battle to nurture battle. Die. You are all going to die. Spectral soul demon Venerable's mind became even more chaotic. He roared like a wild beast. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Her voice was clear. It was not covered by the noisy battlefield. It was clearly transmitted to the immortals' ears. Your valiance in battle is truly admirable. Fang Yuan, giant sun, Star Constellation will be back soon. Saying so, she retreated leisurely like a meteor, tearing through the dark world and leaving the door of life and death. Since the start of the battle, she had been standing on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's head. Now that she was retreating openly, it did not attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. Such a situation was unavoidably shocking. The great Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had actually become a puppet of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin suddenly shouted with a pale expression, "Oh no, Lord Fang Yuan! Star Constellation's departure is definitely to unify the three great worlds and destroy Paradise Earth's tomb. We need to go out and stop her." However, this was easier said than done. Spectral Soul's main body was a true Tao Lord in the door of life and death. He was a Soul Path Supreme Grandmaster. He was a complete rank 9 Venerable. In contrast, Fang Yuan only had rank 8 cultivation level, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun might have become a Tao Lord, but in the door of life and death, other than his own luck path Tao marks. How could there be other external luck path Tao marks to amplify him? Heaven and earth travel? Fang Yuan had already tried it secretly, but it had no effect. Celestial Court knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. How could they not take precautions against it? No killer move was invincible. Just like Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment killer move, it had no effect after entering the door of life and death. The three great worlds were rapidly disintegrating. The edges had already shrunk by 30%. As for the 8th layer's void, it was originally vast and boundless, but now it was even closer to the bubble regional wall of the three great worlds. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returned here and immediately set up a formation. The formation rumbled as celestial quartz goo immortals split up to attack savage wilderness and yellow earth. The main forces of these two great worlds had almost all perished in the battlefield. Only a few goo immortals with no battle strength, old and weak, or goo master elites remained. Be it the former or the latter, they could not resist celestial quartz attacks. Celestial Court continued to advance. Every time it occupied an area, it would throw down a subformation. These subformations were connected to the main formation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was personally guarding the main formation. The subformations shot out dazzling light that shone on the surroundings, causing the vast and desolate savage wilderness great world or the hilly yellow earth great world to bloom with greenery. Weeds and saplings grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, a dense forest was formed. This was naturally only the appearance of the naked eye. The true essence was that green lotus great world continued to expand, bringing the other two great worlds into its territory. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the greenery was like moss, with green lotus great world as the starting point. It continued to spread and gradually covered the other two great worlds. After covering them, the greenery started to deepen. At first, it was only light green, but with the subformation as the center, many areas turned dark green. The dark green gradually turned dark green. The three great worlds were finally united after reaching a certain extent. A strong gust of wind blew. The wind was not huge, but its range was shocking. It covered the entire world. Strong winds blew, similar to the chi tides of the five regions. The primeval chi of the united great worlds quickly gathered and distributed evenly. Limitless Demon Venerable's heaven and earth refinement method has already reached the peak. If I am not wrong, this wind will continue to blow, eventually turning into the winds of assimilation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the main formation. She personally participated and even helped in the unification of the great worlds. She gained a lot of insights. In fact, almost half of the Heaven Path research results of the crazed demon formation were thanks to star constellation Immortal Venerable. In his later years, why did Limitless Demon Venerable go to Celestial Court to play a game of chess with star constellation Immortal Venerable? The reason was simple. Star constellation Immortal Venerable took the initiative to fuse providence. Human creation was extraordinary. While altering providence, she also comprehended Heaven Path. Thus, when Limitless Demon Venerable played a game of chess with star constellation Immortal Venerable, he continued to absorb the original Heaven Path profundities. He also needed the help of a Wisdom Path sage like star constellation Immortal Venerable to deduce new Heaven Path research results. Limitless Demon Venerable cultivated Rule Path. Only by cooperating with star constellation Immortal Venerable, who created Wisdom Path and cultivated Wisdom Path, could he realize the crazy idea of crazed Demon Cave. Limitless Demon Venerable achieved his goal, while star constellation Immortal Venerable also benefited a lot from this. Ignoring everything else, just the method that Triple-Faced Fairy used earlier affected the emotions of many mutant goo immortals, causing them to side with Celestial Court. This was the Heaven Path research result, and controlling Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was also the manifestation of Heaven Path research results. Of course, star constellation Immortal Venerable was just taking advantage of the situation. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body had flaws to begin with. The three realms are united. The outcome has been decided. Star constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air, her eyes shining with starlight. She had achieved this. The alliance of Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven was very powerful, but using her outstanding Wisdom Path attainment, she took the lead step by step, maintaining her advantage from start to finish, not allowing the other two sides to overtake her. Even though Celestial Court was weak, star constellation Immortal Venerable used Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, crazed demon formation, and the door of life and death, using everything she could to help Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable, secure victory. This was Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable. This was the power of Wisdom Path. Celestial Court had already infiltrated the crazed demon formation. Now that it unified the three realms and obtained this huge clue and fuel, half of the crazed demon formation was in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's hands. Finally, it is your turn, Paradise Earth. A cold light flashed in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. She did not like Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable. Even though Paradise Earth was an Immortal Venerable with great prestige, he had a lot of sympathy and love towards variant humans. Paradise Earth protected the Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea. He left behind a Mushroom Man habitat in Southern Border, and so on. Especially what made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable disgusted was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's identity. Although Paradise had encountered many opportunities in his life that allowed him to change his identity from his roots and become a pure-blooded human, he had never been able to do so. But he did not do so. He was a hybrid variant human from start to finish. He could not be tolerated by Celestial Court. Immediately, the subformation buzzed and tore the ground. The ground cracked, and huge ravines rapidly extended from all directions to the top of Paradise Earth's giant tomb. Paradise Earth's tomb was torn apart, countless cracks appeared. Next, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave a deep shout, looking at the sky. Soon, countless starlight condensed in the depths of the sky, turning into meteors that fell from the sky. The meteors rained down on Paradise Earth's tomb. Bam, bam, bam. Intense explosions occurred, starlight mixed with soil and rocks, splashing everywhere. After a few minutes, Paradise Earth's tomb was leveled to the ground. It turned into ruins. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 22:18. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze traversed 10,000 li, carefully inspecting the ruins of Paradise Earth's tomb before nodding in satisfaction. She put away the main formation, while the Celestial Court Immortals took care of all the subformations. The Celestial Court members gathered together and moved along with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Ever since Primordial Domain dissipated, they could easily travel through the 8th and 9th layers. They left the 8th layer and entered the 9th layer. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally instructed them to move forward. Qin Dingling, Che Wei, Fang Zheng, and the rest stepped into the crazed demon formation one after another, eventually stopping and guarding a truthful floating ice piece. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable informed the Immortals about the manipulation method in detail, while she herself went to the center and faced the center of the truthful floating ice piece. Lady Star Constellation, what do you want? If you insist on destroying it, we will use practice goo and destroy this truthful floating ice piece. Not Immortal, and the others were alarmed. Pang Shan and Secret Schemer immediately appeared and threatened Star Constellation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. To speak the truth, the three of you being able to control practice goo is beyond my expectations. Limitless will has already been sealed by me. I did not expect him to still be able to draw you three here. However, the reason why I sealed Limitless will is just in case. Next, I will do my best to push the crazed demon formation. When Limitless set up this formation, he was indeed a brilliant genius at the peak of the world. But he is a rule path goo immortal after all, not a wisdom path goo immortal. He has naturally realized this. Otherwise, why would he attack the Celestial Court and make a bet with me? Pang Shan and Secret Schemer looked at each other. The latter thought about it and mustered his courage to ask, since Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has the same thoughts as us, why don't you come in? We are willing to give practice goo to you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. No need. This is the core of the crazed demon formation. It is easy to enter but difficult to leave. It also concerns the final deduction result. If I want to leave and forcefully break through, I might destroy this truthful floating ice piece and ruin this million years of deduction. I have already controlled more than half of the crazed demon formation. Only by leading the Celestial Court immortals outside and taking action at any time to guard against any unexpected situations can I activate the crazed demon formation to its limit. I already know the ambitions of the three of you. There's no need to hesitate. Hurry up and carve the truthful floating ice. Pang Shan and the secret schemer clenched their teeth. Now, that Fang Yuan was missing. The odds were against him. Since the Celestial Court was in control of the situation, the three immortals couldn't go out. Even if they could, they definitely wouldn't be a match for the Celestial Court. They could only continue to drill into the truthful floating ice and continue their previous work. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to activate the formation. Under her influence, the form of the crazed demon formation changed again and again, and the efficiency of the deduction continued to soar. Many members of the Celestial Court controlled one truthful floating ice piece each. They cooperated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at all times, listening to her orders and constantly manipulating the truthful floating ice pieces. The rate at which the world of the 8th layer disappeared increased by several times. The truthful floating ice at the edge of the crazed demon formation started to melt and shrink. As for the truthful floating ice in the center, its volume continued to expand. In the end, the crazed demon formation would only be left with one piece of truthful floating ice. If Limitless succeeded, then whoever occupied this piece of truthful floating ice would obtain eternal life, because the truth of immortality had already been forged, as expected of Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In such a situation, she continued to fight and finally allowed our Celestial Court to win. Qin Dingling sighed. With such a person leading the Celestial Court, even if we die of old age, we will have no regrets. Duke Mei and the rest conversed happily. No one is more suitable than Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to obtain eternal life. With her as the leader, our Celestial Court will definitely become a supreme existence again. We will definitely unite the 5 regions, just like how we united the 3 realms in Crazed Demon Cave. Che Wei and the rest also started to look forward to the beautiful future. When there was no Immortal Venerable in the Celestial Court, it had always been the tradition of having a wisdom path go immortal as the leader. Past experience proved that this system was wise and advanced. Right now, the creator of Wisdom Path, now that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was also a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster and the #1 Wisdom Path expert in the world, was leading the Celestial Court. No one in the Celestial Court had any objections. Even if Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable wanted eternal life, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was more suitable than them to obtain eternal life. Inside the door of life and death. All of you are going to die. Why are you not dead yet? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sat cross-legged on the ground. Pacifying Soul Lake was just a puddle of water in front of him, while Fang Yuan and the rest were as tiny as ants. But it was these ants that made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable furious. Boom, boom, boom. Countless giant arms attacked at lightning speed, attacking and suppressing these ants. Lu Wei-yin, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, and the rest resisted with all their might. They were peak battle strength second, only to Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but they were in a pathetic state here. If not for Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's constant help, some of them would have died already. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was rank 9. After turning into a soul beast, his attainment level rose to Supreme Grandmaster. He became a Tao Lord. Originally, he had just become a Tao Lord. He had yet to roam the world and refine the Tao marks of his own path. His strength still needed to be raised. But this door of life and death was spectral soul demon Venerable's territory. He had used it long ago. Moreover, the door of life and death had the most soul path Tao marks in the world, so even Feng Yuan and immortal zombie giant Sun were at a disadvantage. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Feng Yuan and immortal zombie giant Sun were aware of this. They fought while looking for a way out. Immortal zombie giant Sun's deductions were successful. He sighed bitterly at Feng Yuan. Not good. When star constellation Immortal Venerable left earlier, spectral soul demon Venerable was the one who opened the passage. He has already completely refined the door of life and death, becoming the owner of this place. There is no way we can escape from here. By imitating star constellation Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan focused, staring at spectral soul demon Venerable's main body. To think that star constellation Immortal Venerable could control spectral soul demon Venerable's main body as a puppet. Giant Sun, do you know that in the 500 years of my previous life, spectral soul demon Venerable possessed the sovereign immortal body and became the greatest culprit in the 5 regions chaotic war. He infiltrated the celestial court and took control of the celestial court. Now, star constellation Immortal Venerable has taken revenge for the celestial court. Immortal zombie giant Sun had a solemn expression. There is no point in talking about this now. Our hope lies with you, fellow immortal. Feng Yuan nodded. In fact, I have already started deducing. He knew what immortal zombie giant Sun was referring to. Back then, Runzu fell into the door of life and death and wanted to leave through the path of life. He encountered Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Runzu was defeated in Reverse Flow River. If not for that, he would have been able to leave the door of life and death. And now, Feng Yuan was the Gu immortal with the most secluded domains of heaven and earth in the world. And he just happened to have Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. As long as he used these 3 obstacles to form a path of life, they would be able to leave the door of life and death through the path of life and return to crazed Demon Cave to fight against star constellation Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan showed a bitter expression as he said, deductions need time, and even more so, clues. I have no idea about this path of life. I only have these 3 obstacles. And this door of life and death has been modified by spectral soul demon Venerable long ago. It is completely different from the one recorded in the Legends of Renzu. But spectral soul demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind. He attacks wildly. I have to be distracted. Immortal zombie giant Sun sighed. Spectral soul demon Venerable has astonishing attainment in soul path. He modified the door of life and death. It is far more outstanding than before. The situation is like this. I hope you can do your best. Saying so, immortal zombie giant Sun's expression changed. Again, follow me. He suddenly threw out Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal killer move. Luck changing golden light path. A dazzling golden light path instantly formed. The immortals knew what was good for them. They quickly stepped onto the light path and allowed it to bring them up. At the next moment, countless soul lightning bolts shot down. Each was as large as a mountain and had tadpole-like tails behind them. The giant tadpole soul lightning self-detonated with terrifying power. The golden light path shook intensely from the explosion and soon dimmed. But the immortals also passed through the light path and successfully escaped from the soul lightning group. They had already suffered once. Shunshang and demon Immortal Chiju were heavily injured on the spot. Thankfully, Shunshang cultivated human path and had become a doctor after a long period of illness. His healing methods were very outstanding. He displayed the advantage of human path and quickly healed the immortals' injuries. From then on, every time the soul lightning group attacked, immortal zombie giant son would rely on luck-changing golden light path killer move to teleport the immortals away. This killer move was extremely profound. It could forcefully open a path of life in a desperate situation. Around the golden light path, soul beasts attacked fiercely and soul lightning self-detonated. Many attacks canceled out each other and protected the golden light path instead. If it were in the past, immortal zombie giant son would have used this move to escape the predicament long ago. But this door of life and death was not ordinary. It was extremely troublesome. No matter how many times immortal zombie giant son used luck-changing golden light path, he could not succeed. Be careful, Chi-Si ancestor warned loudly. After the soul lightning, a soul river descended from the sky. Countless vengeful souls formed a black river. The souls wailed and cried in pain. The sorrowful and angry voices made the immortals' thoughts freeze for a moment. The soul river's range was extremely huge. It directly covered a radius of 10,000 li. The immortals could not dodge in time. They used their abilities and were tossed up and down in the soul river, suffering from torment. Feng Yuan protected his body. Profound light blossomed around him as he used the mixed rainbow light threads to restrain the other pseudo-venerables, preventing them from leaving the group. In this dangerous situation, if the pseudo-venerables left the group for too long, they would die here. Most importantly, if they died here, the pseudo-venerable souls would immediately be used by spectral soul demon venerable to deal with the remaining people. This was what spectral soul demon venerable was most proficient in. Thus, when immortal zombie giant son and Feng Yuan helped these people, they were also helping themselves. In this situation, we can't even take care of ourselves. How can we quickly deduce and create a path of survival? Feng Yuan looked at the surging soul river around him and showed a difficult expression. The situation was getting worse. As time passed, Feng Yuan's chances of victory were getting lower and lower. If they stayed in the door of life and death for too long, star constellation Immortal Venerable might obtain eternal life and gain a huge boost in strength. She might come back to kill them. By then, if there was no improvement, not only would Feng Yuan lose, he might even lose his life here. Right at this time, in the great world of crazed demon cave's 8th layer, a yellow light suddenly shone. The yellow light shrouded an area of ruins. It was Paradise Earth's tomb. The yellow light burst out and soared into the sky. It turned and shot towards the door of life and death. A goo immortal formed in the yellow light. After 100,000 years in the yellow soil, today, dust ruffles my clothes. May all living beings be equal. May all living beings bow to each other. After a long chant, the goo immortal said, "Spectral soul, open the door. Paradise Earth has come to pay a visit." Chapter 22:19. For an instant, the door of life and death battlefield suddenly stopped. The furious spectral soul demon Venerable stopped roaring. Countless giant arms seemed to freeze in space. They stopped moving. What happened? Chi-Si ancestor was puzzled. But at the next moment, spectral soul demon Venerable opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. The roar was mixed with anger, hatred, and the excitement of facing a great enemy. "You are alive. You are also alive. I finally found you. Since you are here, come at me. Let me kill you." Spectral soul demon Venerable could not remember Feng Yuan or immortal zombie giant son, but he seemed to have a deep impression of Paradise Earth. Blood suns rose up one after another. These were spectral soul demon Venerable's eyes. He had a total of 3 heads. Only one had awakened in the battle earlier, but now the other 2 heads were awakened as well. They opened their blood-red eyes. The door of life and death opened, forming a huge whirlpool that emitted a terrifying suction force. The passageway opened and closed instantly. By the time Feng Yuan and the rest reacted, a goo immortal had already been sucked into the door of life and death. He wore a simple robe. He had no hair. He was shining brightly. He had a kind expression. His body was emitting a faint halo of light. Paradise Earth. Fang Yuan and immortal zombie giant Sun shouted in unison. Lord Paradise Earth, you revived successfully. Lu Wei-yin was surprised and joyful. He suddenly shouted, Be careful! Bam, bam, bam. Hundreds of giant arms pushed apart the air, emitting intense sounds of wind and thunder as they ruthlessly attacked Paradise Earth. The battle erupted again. The crazed demon formation was in chaos. Celestial Quartz goo immortals were heavily injured. They all had weak expressions, but also shock and bewilderment. This was all caused by Paradise Earth's revival. Star constellation Immortal Venerable also revealed a surprised expression. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, this was the first time she was so moved. Because even though Paradise Earth revived, his revival method was out of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. I thought you would revive as an Earth Path Venerable, but to think that you took a different path. I underestimated you. You have actually converted to the Heavenly Tao. The tomb of the Paradise Earth is more like a target. Only by destroying it and rebuilding it can you be reborn. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air, but did not go to the door of life and death. Right now, the crazed demon array was spinning like the wind, not allowing her to escape easily. Moreover, even though Paradise Earth had revived because he cultivated Heaven Path and was destroyed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in advance, he was only a pseudo-venerable now. If the Yellow Earth Great World swallowed the other two Great Worlds, Paradise Earth's tomb would be destroyed along with the Great World at the final moment. Then, Paradise Earth would be reborn with the cultivation of a Supreme. The focus now was still on the crazed demon array. As wise as Xing Xiu was, it was impossible for her to give up the big for the small. Moreover, even if she returned to the Gate of Life and Death, her combat strength would be greatly suppressed, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Inside the Gate of Life and Death. Be careful! Lu Wei-yin shouted. A huge net appeared in front of Paradise. The pure, white, giant net was extremely crude. Each mesh was the size of an elephant, giving off a strong feeling of grandeur. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all blocked by this giant net. What killer move is this? It has such defensive power. I have never heard of this aura before. Wait, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable does not have rank 9 cultivation level. He is only rank 8, the same as us. Demon Immortal Chi Ju, Jean Budu, and the rest were greatly shaken. This is a Heaven Path killer move. Paradise Earth cultivated Heaven Path. He was reborn, but he did not regain his venerable cultivation level. This is probably the price. Immortal zombie giant Sun realized in his heart. Fang Yuan's emotions were somewhat complex. He had once considered developing in Heaven Path, but who could have thought that Paradise Earth's ambitions were even greater than his? His progress was even deeper. After this revival, he directly became a Heaven Path pseudo-immortal venerable. Using the advantage of Heaven Path, Paradise Earth suffered the least suppression in the door of life and death. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. With a loud sound, he went from a cross-legged posture to a half-squatting posture. Thousands of giant arms surged over. Each hand had fingers that were like spears as they stabbed towards him. Countless giant arms stabbed into the light net. Paradise Earth's expression did not change, but the Heaven Path net that was unmoving started to shake slightly. Even though he cultivates Heaven Path, he is only a pseudo-venerable. Go and reinforce him. Fang Yuan immediately saw through the situation and reminded. Lu Wei-yin took the lead, but was obstructed by the giant arms along the way. Fortunately, Fang Yuan and the rest arrived soon after and helped Paradise Earth. After Spectral Soul Demon, Venerable adapted. The giant arms changed shape. A large number of spikes grew out of their fingertips. They turned from stabbing to grabbing. Crack, crack, crack. Countless giant arms tore through layers of the light net, breaking through continuously. Even though Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation level, his defensive methods were very impressive. He was completely at immortal venerable level. But Spectral Soul Demon, Venerable used his full strength. Paradise Earth retreated along with everyone after receiving support. The immortal situation was as dangerous as before. After resisting for a while, Paradise Earth transmitted, "Everyone, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's state is strange. His mind is not clear. His emotions are likely disturbed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. I have a method that can dispel all emotions and make one's rationality as cold as ice." Wisdom Path cultivation had 3 important elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely at the peak of these 3 aspects in the world. Fairy Foam Ya's deduction of limitless arrangements had always been ahead of everyone else. This was her attainment in thoughts. Limitless will was sealed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a method in terms of will. Meanwhile, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's emotions were fluctuating. He did not have a trace of rationality. This showed how powerful star constellation Immortal Venerable was in terms of emotions. Actually, be it Feng Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, or the other pseudo-venerables, they had all tried this. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's state was the same as before. His mind did not show any signs of clarity. The Immortals' attempt failed. They all thought that this was because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the #1 person in the world. Since she had the confidence to leave, she definitely had great confidence in her method. She believed that this method would not be easily broken. But now, since Paradise Earth proposed this idea, the Immortals did not reject him. They quickly cooperated. Spectral Soul's attacks were extremely fierce. Paradise Earth's appearance stimulated his state. All sorts of Soul Path killer moves were unleashed one after another. Some were sinister, some were strange, some were tyrannical, some were wild. The Immortals were tired of dealing with them. Paradise Earth was protected at the center, but he was strongly disrupted. His killer move was constantly being prepared. There was little progress. After a while, Feng Yuan snorted coldly. "Get out of the way." The Immortals heard this and quickly retreated. Feng Yuan had a cold expression. His eyes suddenly shone. Facing an unexpected tide of soul beasts, he spread his arms and roared. Along with his roar, specks of light flew out of his immortal aperture. The specks of light had all sorts of colors. They flew in the air and collided, turning into dragon, wolf, tiger, shark, and so on. These were all totem killer moves. Countless totems of all shapes and sizes charged forward. Everywhere they went, soul beasts screamed miserably. They were torn to pieces, burned to ashes, drowned in water, struck by lightning. In an instant, Feng Yuan released hundreds of totems that he had accumulated. These killer moves were all at rank 8, that was to say, Feng Yuan used hundreds of rank 8 killer moves in an instant. The power was unparalleled. The Immortals immediately felt the pressure on them decrease greatly. Countless soul beasts were slaughtered. Even when the giant arms attacked, they were destroyed by more than 10 totems. 30% of my immortal essence storage was expended. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air as he returned to the group. Using so many totem killer moves at once, the immortal essence expenditure was extremely terrifying. According to Feng Yuan's current immortal essence storage, he could only use them 3 times at most. The weakest of the Gu Immortals present was pseudo-venerable. Their gazes towards Feng Yuan were filled with shock and even faint fear. Totem killer moves were fast and convenient, but it was too shocking that Fang Yuan could use so many totems at once. Ignoring everything else, just this move of Fang Yuan's could forcefully destroy almost all the superforces in the world. Even immortal zombie giant Sun stared at Fang Yuan, unable to shift his gaze away. He knew about totem killer moves, so he understood the pros and cons of this form of killer move. Totem killer moves were fast and convenient, but they also had a disadvantage. They were hard to nurture. However, Fang Yuan had nurtured so many rank 8 totems. This made immortal zombie giant Sun extremely shocked at Fang Yuan's wealth. Good method. After Paradise Earth praised, he immediately focused on preparing a killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerables, 3 heads opened their mouths and spat out vast soul rivers. The 3 soul rivers converged and formed an unprecedented scale, like a black cloud that covered the sky, shrouding everything. Totem killer moves flew and charged into the soul rivers to fight. The speed of the soul rivers' descent slowed down, and the light of these totems also extinguished one by one. Thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. All kinds of thoughts flashed like sparks as he frantically dispatched the totems to coordinate with them. His immortal essence rapidly decreased. His mind surged and soon started to heat up. He had reached the limit of his wisdom path abilities. The reason why totem killer moves were so powerful, far surpassing immemorial desolate beasts, was because they could coordinate with each other and be used at will. More importantly, they each had mystical abilities. They were comparable to immemorial desolate beasts with wild immortal goo, or even immemorial desolate beasts with immortal killer moves. The numerous totems bought 22 breaths of time for Paradise Earth. Eventually, Fang Yuan sighed and stored the remaining 12 totems in his immortal aperture. These totems were fortunate to be preserved, but they were all in tatters. The remaining hundreds of totems had perished in battle. Of course, along with their losses were tens of thousands of soul beasts, as well as dozens of spectral soul giant arms. Fang Yuan retreated to the depths of the group. He needed to rest his mind. He could not fight for the time being. Immortal zombie giant Sun stepped forward and took over his position. He had already prepared his killer move. He released it without hesitation. Immortal killer move. Unexpected disaster. Immortal zombie giant Sun's palms were shrouded in a layer of light. He stretched out his hands and grabbed above his head. The white gold light in his palms was quickly dyed black and red. Immortal zombie giant Sun would casually throw them away after grabbing them. The black and red bad luck flew in the air, turning into lumps of black and red clouds that shot in all directions. Each cluster of black-red clouds wasn't very large, and wherever they went, the soul beasts within a radius of 50 kilometers would inexplicably perish within a few breaths of time. Their giant arms would be fractured, and large sections of their soul rivers would also collapse. Immortal zombie giant Sun grabbed his bad luck repeatedly and threw them at the enemy. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was slightly unstable after being hit by this method. His left head grunted and used Burning Soul-Bursting Luck Killer move. His luck surged and counteracted Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's method. After attacking for a while, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stopped. It was not that he did not have enough immortal essence or mental strength, but his bad luck had been used up. Chapter 2220. This method is really not bad. Fang Yuan secretly observed Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. His mind slightly moved. He could make use of his bad luck and use it to attack. His luck was always at a high level. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a good combat system. This method definitely had a high status in his combat system. With Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's support, Paradise Earth successfully grasped the opportunity and activated his killer move. Immortal killer move, Heartless Heaven and Earth. White light waves spread out from Paradise Earth's forehead. The light waves were swift and fierce, immediately spreading to the whole battlefield and enveloping spectral soul demon Venerable. Waves of light waves were activated one after another. Spectral soul demon Venerable did not sense anything at first, but he soon reacted. The killing intent in his blood-red pupils weakened, replaced by the light of reason. But right at this time, a silhouette appeared in spectral soul demon Venerable's stomach. The immortals only heard this silhouette say, "Heartless heaven and earth, that is true, but humans have emotions." Saying so, this silhouette even laughed. Thus, spectral soul demon Venerable's eyes were filled with killing intent again, the trace of rationality that he had earlier vanished without a trace. Who is this silhouette? The immortals were shocked. Evidently, this silhouette was the one who caused Paradise Earth's killer move to fail. Could it be Verdant Great Sun? A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. According to Spectral Soul's memories and the records in the Legends of Rinzhu, the soul of Rinzhu's eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, was lying beside Soul Pacifying Lake. But now, there was nothing beside Soul Pacifying Lake. It was very likely that this Verdant Great Sun's soul had been devoured by spectral soul demon Venerable. However, for some reason, spectral soul demon Venerable, who cultivated both soul path and food path, could not digest this Verdant Great Sun and was instead restrained by him. It could be deduced that star constellation Immortal Venerable had played a crucial role in this process. Seeing that his killer move was useless, Paradise Earth also showed a look of difficulty. Spectral Soul attacked again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan looked at each other. The former sighed. "I wonder if Fang Yuan has any comprehension?" Fang Yuan shook his head with a solemn expression. "I have no idea at all." "I have some ideas." Shen Shang suddenly spoke. "Ever since the Fate War, I have been hiding in the city of Divine Emperor, cultivating the human Tao, apart from the great gains. I was also thinking about how to get out of this predicament. Thus, I came up with a human path method. Up until now, I have already deduced 90% of this method, and only the last 10% is incomplete. Earlier, when I saw Lord Paradise Earth use the Heaven Path killer move, my heart palpitated. My intuition tells me that this is the final piece I need. With it, I can complete this killer move." The other Gu immortals heard this and became silent. The meaning behind Shen Shang's words was that he wanted to obtain Paradise Earth's Heavenly Tao research results, which was very rash. Although Fang Yuan had 3 crucial secluded domains of heaven and earth, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had never mentioned handing these secluded domains of heaven and earth to him so that he could deduce a way out of the door of life and death. However, in the current situation, Shen Shang's originally excessive request was somewhat reasonable. The key was that there was a subtle relationship between him and Paradise. Shen Shang was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. In order to cultivate human path, he had accumulated many sins. After Paradise Earth learned of it, he attacked. Shen Shang could not even take one attack from Paradise Earth. But Paradise Earth did not kill him or imprison him. He gave him a chance to redeem himself. Shen Shang thus entered the Blue Dragon Whale and cultivated enclosed cultivation. After obtaining Paradise Earth's help, Shen Shang made breakthroughs repeatedly and progressed steadily. Starting from Heal Injury Immortal Gu, he created healing injuries, light injuries, heavy injuries, fatal injuries, emotional injuries, 5 laborious injuries, 7 injuries, and so on. Next, he created the killer move riddled injuries, and further deduced the Immortal Gu recipe of Scar Immortal Gu. Finally, he refined Scar Immortal Gu and replaced it with his Vital Gu. Fang Yuan entered the Blue Dragon Whale to explore and let Shen Shang out. Shen Shang cooperated with Fang Yuan according to Paradise Earth's instructions and participated in the Fate War. He played a decisive role at the crucial moment, and established a crucial foundation for Fang Yuan's victory over Celestial Court. Shun Shang and Paradise Earth's relationship could be said to be very close. Back then, when Shun Shang cultivated human path in the blue dragon whale, he also had Paradise Earth's guidance. It could be said that the two had a deep connection. It was second only to the relationship between Lu Weiyin and Paradise Earth. Thus, Shun Shang made this seemingly excessive request. Because back then, Paradise Earth had guided him. Now that Paradise Earth had revived, there was a high chance that he would guide him. The only difference was that it was human path before, now it was heaven path. Sure enough, like what Xinshang expected, Paradise Earth did not hesitate. He directly taught Xinshang the results of the killer move of motionless heaven and earth. Thank you for your guidance, Lord. Xinshang cupped his fists. His voice was trembling from excitement. Paradise Earth nodded with a smile. Xinshang, even though Fate Gu is destroyed, it is fate that you are here now. Whether we can leave this place or not, we will need to rely on your talent. Junior will do his best and not let down Lord's expectations. Xinshang became even more excited. He was a pseudo-venerable, but in front of Paradise Earth, he would always be a junior. He was extremely humble and respectful. Paradise Earth was a benefactor to him. In fact, Paradise Earth was a benefactor to many people and forces. Everyone knew that Paradise Earth was the most popular among the 10 venerables. Even in Central Continent, many people respected and loved him. Paradise Earth had done countless good deeds in his life. He had helped countless people. After getting Paradise Earth's affirmation and encouragement, the other Gu immortals slightly looked forward to Xinshang. Most of their hopes were placed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a breakthrough in battle. He created reverse flow protection seal and defeated Celestial Court. There was a precedent for this. Moreover, right now, Fang Yuan's status was above Xinshang's. Facing spectral souls' frenzied attacks, the immortals retreated while fighting. Spectral soul, demon, venerable grew another head. This was because immortal zombie giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Fang Yuan's joint attack had split one of his heads into two. But the two halves of the head split into two. Spectral soul demon, venerable, gained another head. Not just the head. No matter how many arms spectral soul demon, venerable lost, they could grow back rapidly. His arms were increasing in number. They were getting tougher and stronger. Spectral soul demon venerable strength was still growing. The fiercer Fang Yuan and the rest resisted and retaliated. The faster spectral soul demon venerable grew, using battle to nurture battle. Spectral soul demon venerable was already a special venerable, but he could still grow. Compared to when he fought with his full strength earlier, his strength had clearly risen by a large margin. The immortals could not guess his limits. They were even more determined to leave this place. Fighting against spectral soul demon venerable in the door of life and death was too disadvantageous. There were countless soul beasts. It was useless no matter how many they killed. All kinds of soul path killer moves covered the sky and earth, forcing the immortals to defend with all their strength. They did not dare to be distracted for even a moment. Fang Yuan showed a strange expression. This change in expression immediately attracted the attention of the immortals. Immortal zombie giant Sun held on to hope and immediately asked, "Fang Yuan, did you gain anything?" Fang Yuan nodded before shaking his head. "I gained something, but it is not a path to survival. Let me try." After saying this, Fang Yuan's aura became deep and unfathomable. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley buzzed and resonated with each other, shining brighter and brighter. After preparing, Fang Yuan restrained his aura and pushed out with his palm. A gray-white square seal flew out from his palm. The square seal was slow, but wherever it went, souls were destroyed, and everything turned to ashes. the army of soul beasts was instantly wiped out. Even the primordial soul beasts couldn't resist this grayish-white square seal at all. They were even weaker than paper. The vast soul river that had been shrouding the sky also collapsed and was destroyed. Most of the soul path killer moves were greatly suppressed by this gray-white square seal. Their power fell sharply. The immortals around Feng Yuan also shuddered in fear. A bone-chilling chill rose from the depths of their souls. The whole battlefield was silent. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was breathing roughly after neutralizing Dang Hun Luo Pasil. For the first time since the battle started, he was able to catch his breath. He stopped the tsunami-like attacks. Immortal killer move. Dang Hun Luo Pasil. Powerful, too powerful. Xinshang was shocked. Even Paradise Earth was dumbfounded. He was speechless. This move is powerful. It can be said to be the bane of Soul Path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was stunned before praising it. He saw the gray-white square seal rising up. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 100 giant arms were destroyed. Even though the gray-white square seal was destroyed, the 100 giant arms that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost were still empty. They seemed to be exhausted. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had once used Unexpected Calamity Killer move. Its power was about the same as Dang Hun Luo Pasil. But under Unexpected Calamity Killer move, these soul beasts could still resist it for some time. But facing Dang Hun Luo Pasil, they could not resist at all. Feng Yuan sighed. I am ashamed. I did not deduce the path of survival, but I deduced this result. This move is called Dang Hun Luo Pasil. It uses these two sacred lands as the core. Its foundation is the Luo Pasil killer move that I created in the past. Spectral Soul had once said that Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley are the sacred lands of soul cultivation. My killer move starts from the essence of soul path and suppresses them from the very core. Unfortunately, there are only 2 of them. If I had Pacifying Soul Lake, I might be able to counter all soul path methods in the world. Demon Immortal Chi Ju heard this, and his eyelids twitched. From Feng Yuan's tone, it seemed like he was not satisfied with this killer move. Good, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised and encouraged. Right now, Feng Yuan has already merged 2 rounds. If you merge the 3rd reverse flow river, you should be able to deduce the path of survival in the door of life and death. Jean Boudou raised a finger and suggested, No, in my opinion, as long as we use this move well, with the main body attacking while we assist, there is a high chance of killing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Look. Following Jean Buddha's guidance, the immortals immediately discovered the injuries caused by Dang Hun Luo Pasil were deathly still. They could not recover as quickly as before. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body, even though the 100 giant arms were recovering, the speed was very slow. Dang Hun Luo Pasil was a pure soul path killer move. It was amplified in the door of life and death. The soul path Dao marks carved by this move were like the wind in Luopa Valley or the vibration power of Dang Hun Mountain. They made it hard for soul beasts to gather. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun frowned as he analyzed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a Dao Lord and can control the soul path. Dao marks here to amplify himself and suppress Feng Yuan's Dang Hun Luo Pasil. But his mind is not clear. He only has the instincts of a Dao Lord. Thus, Dang Hun Luo Pasil can also be amplified. The immortal's eyes lit up as they saw another possibility. Kill Spectral Soul.